Mangiano?
वहाँ तो म्यूट कर देगा।
नहीं, हमारा तो म्यूट करेगा क्योंकि
in our country, we grow various types of millets. So mainly these millets are very broadly categorized into minor millets and major millets. And this classification of millets based on this minor and major, mainly based on the area of cultivation and also the consumption, the extent of consumption of these millets. These millets can be categorized into major millets. The major millets, sorry. So major millets mainly includes pearl millet and sorghum, and minor millets are little millets, foxtail millet, barnyard millet, finger millet, proso millet, and kodo millet. These part of the minor millets, and some other cereals and other millets like brown top millet and jab stairs and teff are also nowadays included under the millets category. So the India, actually in the morning our DG was telling, so the millets actually originated from this country, India. So in our country, the millets are grown in about 17 million hectares, and production of millets is about 18 million tons. And most importantly, the millets constitutes about 10% of the country's food grain basket. Among this millets, sorghum is the fourth most food grain grown in India after wheat, rice, and maize in terms of area and also production. Apart from this sorghum, this finger millet is also cultivated in some of the states like Karnataka, Telangana, and Uttarakhand, and also other millets like barnyard, foxtail, little, proso, kodo, and also brown top is also cultivated in various states at different levels, mainly by tribal and marginal farmers. And this millets, cultivation of this millets has an economical value to the farmers because they can grow in very harsh and barren lands. And they require very less agricultural inputs like water and fertilizers. And also, they can be cultivated as an intercrop system. In the intercrop system, that is, in between other crops, these millets can be cultivated. And also, most importantly, these millets offer quality fodder for the livestock. So these are the advantages for the farmer to grow these millets. So in addition to that, these millets are very highly nutritious because they provide quality protein and also essential fatty acid, dietary fiber, and various types of B vitamins, and also various types of minerals like calcium, iron, zinc, potassium, and magnesium. They are very source of this kind of minerals. So all these nutrients, and other bioactive compounds present in the millets offer various types of health benefits like reducing the blood glucose levels, and also they regulate the blood pressure, and they are also useful in thyroid, and also they prevent the cardiovascular diseases and celiac diseases. So we will go one by one of these health benefits and in the yeah. So these are nutritional value of millets. See here in this table I have compared the nutritional value of major cereals like rice, wheat, and maize with the other cereals. As you can see here, these millets are very good source of protein, and the protein is actually comparable to wheat and maize, but the quality of the protein in the millets is superior than these major cereals. And also these millets are the cheapest source of energy. Okay. And in addition to this protein and the major health beneficial components which is present in the millet is the fiber, dietary fiber. So millets are very rich source of dietary fiber, as you can see here. See, compared to rice and other major cereals, millets are enriched with both soluble and insoluble dietary fibers. And there are also good source of various types of minerals, particularly this finger millet. See, is a rich source of calcium and also various types of water-soluble B vitamins. See here, you can see here. pointer is not working. Okay. See here, even though millets are small, okay, their benefits, health benefits are very large actually. See here, I have just compared the rice, 100 grams of rice with 100 grams of millets. See, the rice has a very high calorific value, and rice, especially the mill rice, has very high glycemic index, about 70 to 80 glycemic index it will have. And some of the people are intolerant because rice proteins are intolerant to rice. That is, they show allergic reactions. And rice, because it is highly polished, it is less nutrition. And also there are some concerns, not in our country actually, there is a concern of GMO presence in the rice. Whereas compared to rice, these millets provide about 5 to 15% of less calories, and it has more, about 36% more protein than rice. And the quality of the protein in millets is better than the rice. And it has 86% more fat, that is especially the polyunsaturated fatty acids. And it has high amounts of dietary fiber and other minerals. So at the same level, that is about 75 to 100 grams of millet, it provides the same satiety value. Satiety, that is satiety, the fullness of the thing, compared to 150 to 200 grams of rice is equivalent to 75 to 100 grams of millet. So the millets, even though they are small, they offer lot of benefits. So this is in the nutshell, in the summary. So how millets are are beneficial to nutrition as well as agriculture and also environment. See here, it provides a millets provide food security because they sustainable food source for combating hunger and changing climate, and they are resistant to climate stress, pests and diseases, and they are provide nutrient security. As I said, they are rich source of various types of nutrients, macro and micronutrients, and they are also safe, and they are prevent the diseases. Like they are gluten free, they are helpful for celiac diseases, and they are low GI foods, and also they help in cardiovascular and other diseases. And they also provide economic security, that is, they are climate resilient crop, sustainable income for farmers because they require less agricultural inputs, and also value addition can lead to economic gains. So, as I said, even though millets are rich in nutrients, they are called nutricerials, and in addition to their nutrition, this millets also has extra nutritional compounds. That is, the nutrients which are not actually provide the energy, but they provide other health benefits. These nutrients which doesn't give the energy and which are useful in other ways are called the phytochemicals. And these phytochemicals are extra nutritional compounds which are abundant in millets. And they occur in very small quantities actually, okay? And they offer various health benefits to human, and actually they are not required. They are not, unlike nutrients, they are not very essential to human body. So these phytochemicals are offer various health benefits, but they are anti-nutritional in nature, because if you take more, if you consume, if you include these phytochemicals more amounts, larger amounts in the diet, they are anti-nutritional. So the phytochemicals are the concentration dependent effects, because at lower concentration, they that means at physiological doses, they offer the beneficial effect, whereas at high doses, with high concentration, they are harmful effects. So they are adverse nutritional effects. So some of the major phytochemicals which are present in this nutricereals are millets are phenolic compounds, phytates, enzyme inhibitors, protease inhibitors and amylase inhibitors, saponins, and phytoestrogens, tocas like tocopherols and tocotrienols, carotenoids, various types of carotenoids, and plant sterols, and bioactive carbohydrates such as dietary fiber and resistant starch. So these phytochemicals, which are beneficial to human health, are not actually, they are not evenly distributed in the grain. See, if you take the millet grain, very broadly, we can divide the millet. Divide the millet into three distinct morphological parts. That is, in the innermost part, that is the germ, which has a embryo, and the embryo is covered by the major part of the grain, that is the endosperm. And this endosperm is mainly the starch, and some amount of protein will be there here. And this endosperm is in turn is covered by the various layers of alluran. And this alluran layers form the bran. Actually, these alluran layers are rich in nutrients and these phytochemicals. And this alluran layer is surrounded by the seed coat. And this seed coat mainly the composition of seed coat is non-starchy polysaccharides and cellulose. So these phytochemicals are unevenly distributed in these three morphological parts of the cereal grain, because seed coat contains mainly fiber, lignins, and phenolics, whereas bran contains phenolic compounds and phytosterols and tocas, and endosperm it contains saponins, phytates, enzyme inhibitors, hemagglutinin, and germ or embryonic portion of the millet grain is rich in phytoestrogens and phenolic compounds. So these phytochemicals are unevenly distributed, but when the millet grains are processed, so the food scientists or technologists should know which type of phytochemicals which is interested to enrich the food product, and that kind of millet fraction. It is possible to separate that millet fraction which is rich in particular specific phytochemical, and that specific phytochemical can be enriched and that can be incorporated in the food product. So the phenolic compounds, which are actually the defensive compounds in the millet grain, and they have at least one hydroxyl group, and it attached to the aromatic ring. And these phenolic compounds can occur as egg glycans, that is, as phenolic compounds, or they may be derivatives of sugars in the form of esters and carboxylic acids. And in millet grains, we can find various types of phenolic compounds like flavonoids and non-flavonoids. And these non-flavonoids also include phenolic acids and stilbenes. And these phenolic compounds, as I said, not only these phenolic compounds, almost all the phytochemicals have anti-nutrient effects. These phenolic compounds can precipitate the protein when it is consumed in large amounts, and they also chelate the divalent metal ions, and also they inhibit the digestive enzymes. And this phenolic compounds, and it is included as a smaller levels, at low levels in the food, they offer a lot of health benefits and in reducing the chronic diseases. So another phytochemical is the phytic acid. Phytic acid is localized mainly in the bran layers of the millet grain. And as we know that phytic acid, it chelates the divalent metal ions, so that these divalent metal ions will not be available for the physiological system, like calcium, iron, and zinc, and magnesium will be chelated by this phytic acid. So this phytic acid also has a health benefit, like it has a anti-cancer agent. It also has excellent antioxidant properties, and it also reduces the levels of cholesterol. Another one is tocas, and even though tocopheras and tocotrienols, these are the vegetable oils, are the main source of these tocas, and bran fractions of millets are known to have these tocopheras. And there are 4 types of tocopheras: alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. Similarly, the unsaturated forms of these tocopheras, that is called the tocotrienols. Again, these bran fractions of millets are rich in tocotrienols, so like alpha, beta, gamma, delta, tocotrienols. And the health benefits of this tocotrienols includes they have antioxidant properties, they lower the LDL cholesterol biosynthesis, and they decrease the lipid peroxidation and platelet aggregation. They are also function as a potent anti-inflammatory agents. So plant sterols, mainly beta cystosterol, camposterol, stigmasterol, are the most common types of phytosterols found in the millets. And these phytosterols, you can see here, they are structurally very similar to cholesterol. So since they are similar to cholesterol, when the phytosterols which are present in the diet, they mimic the cholesterol and they reduce the absorption of cholesterol from the diet. So the biological effects of this cholesterol include decrease the plasma cholesterol in humans and animals, and the cholesterol reducing activity of this millet sterols should help the reduce cardiovascular diseases, and this sterols are also anti-carcinogenic. So another class of phytochemicals are saponins. Again, these are also similar to cholesterol. And there are two types of saponins, the steroidal saponins and triterpenoid saponins. Again, these saponins are anti-cancer, and they also modulate the immune system, and they produce high titers of antibodies, and they are also cardioprotective because they reduce the cholesterol levels and LDL cholesterol concentration, and they are also anti-diabetic. They increase the insulin secretion and sensitivity, and reduce the blood glucose levels and improve the glucose tolerance. So these phytoestrogens, that estrogen, they are the similar to, they mimic the reproductive hormones in the humans, and isoflavones, lignans, and homeostatins. These are the main phytoestrogens present in millets. They have the estrogenic activity, and the prolonged ingestion of these millets and these high concentrations of these phytoestrogens are associated with the reproductive and endocrine disorders. And these phytoestrogens are also act as anti-carcinogens, and they reduce the risk of hormone-dependent cancers such as prostate and breast cancers, and they induce the apoptosis of cancer cells, and they are also cardioprotective effects, lower the plasma cholesterol levels and atherosclerosis, platelet aggregation and inhibition, and prevent the glucose-mediated LDL oxidation and atherogenic LDL formation. And these phytoestrogens also improve the post-menopausal health. And another major class of these bioactive compounds or phytochemicals which are present in millets are protease inhibitors. And these protease inhibitors, there are two types of like trypsin inhibitor, chymotrypsin inhibitors, and elastase inhibitors. These are the digestive enzymes. Actually, there are two types of protease inhibitors, the Baumanberg type of inhibitor and Kunis type of inhibitor. And these inhibitors inhibit the digestion of proteins in the gastrointestinal tract. So even though they inhibit the digestion, they have beneficial effects, like they prevent the cancer progression in the cells. In addition to protease inhibitors, we also have other carbohydrate digesting enzyme inhibitors, like that is called amylase inhibitors. As we know, the starch, which is present as dietary starch, it undergoes digestion in the intestine to produce maltose and glucose. Again, this maltose will be hydrolyzed by glucosidase to produce the glucose. And these inhibitors which are present in the millet grain, they inhibit the digestion of starch by inhibiting the amylase secreted from the pancreas, thereby reducing the release of glucose. Okay, so that is beneficial to type 2 diabetic patients, and this amylase inhibitors also improves the B cell function by enhancing the secretion of insulin, and also it lowers the postprandial glycemic responses. In addition to this small molecular weight phytochemicals which are present in the millet grains, these nutricerials are also rich source of bioactive carbohydrates. The main bioactive carbohydrates present in millet grains are dietary fiber. So this dietary fiber is the components of plant cells. And plant cells, as we know that it contains mainly cellulose, which resists the digestion by human enzymes. And these nutricereals are rich in cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, inulin, resistant starch, and other non-starchy polysaccharides. And we have two types of dietary fiber: soluble dietary fiber and insoluble dietary fiber. So soluble dietary fiber includes fructose, chitose, beta-glucan, inulin, pectin, and fructooligosaccharides. And insoluble includes cellulose, amylose, and lignin. So all these, both soluble and insoluble dietary fiber, are present in the millet grains. And the soluble dietary fiber will be digested by intestinal microflora to produce short chain fatty acid like butyric acid and acetic acid. And whereas the insoluble dietary fiber will not be digested and it will be excreted. And this dietary fiber has various health benefits because it results in the fewer abnormal physiological carvings, fewer hormonal imbalances, prevents the diabetes and varicose veins. It also less risk of varicose veins, and it also stimulate the immune system, slow down the glucose absorption, and also less risk of constipation. And this resistant starch, it lowers the digestibility and may contribute to lower glycemic responses. So these are some of the phytochemicals which are present in the millet grains. Now we will see how these phytochemicals will help in the promotion of health and prevent the various types of diseases. See, these are various types of diseases which are associated with the millet consumption of prevention of these diseases associated with the millet grains. That includes, they are anti-diabetic, and these millet grains also possess very good antioxidant properties, and they also inhibit the protein glycation and cataract formation, and they have antimicrobial activity and anti-tumor activity, and also they reduce the aldose reductase enzyme, which is responsible for the cataractogenesis, and wound healing property, and also they have anti-cancer properties. So the most of the health benefits of this millet are linked to the phytochemicals which are present in the millet grains. And millet phytochemicals represent the biochemical rationale. That's the way the consumption of millets is beneficial to health. Traditionally it is been known, but the reason for beneficial health is due to this phytochemical. That is the biochemical rationale or mechanism for providing some of the health benefits attributed to this millet grains. See, this millet phytochemicals, they are nutricereals, are help in the diabetes management, because this millet grains are rich source of magnesium, and this magnesium ion stimulate the insulin, and also it maintains the healthy blood glucose levels. And as I said, this millet grains are rich source of dietary fiber. This dietary fiber are complex carbohydrates like non-starchy polysaccharides. It regulates the glucose release in the intestine. And this millet phytochemicals are also responsible for the management of blood glucose levels, and also it reduces the glycosylated hemoglobin levels, that is HbA1c, and they reduce the insulin resistance and they increase the insulin sensitivity. So all these aspects will contribute to the management of diabetes. I think in the next lecture, another speaker is going to speak more about the beneficial effects of millet grains in the control of diabetes. So these millet grains are also good for heart health, because millets are powerhouse of phytochemicals which helps in the prevention of heart health and reduce the coronary blockage. So because the blockage of the arteries by cholesterol results in the narrowing of the arteries, that results in the stroke and the that is the atherogenesis, and that results in the heart attack. So these phytochemicals decrease the deposition of this cholesterol and LDL in the arteries, so that arteries will be free, there is a free flow of blood and reduce the heart attack. And the fiber present in this millets helps in the cholesterol levels, and that reduces the blockage. And also magnesium reduces the risk of stroke and heart attack. And this millet grains also rich source of potassium, and potassium is a known vasodilator. So the millet grains also prevent the cancer because of the dietary fiber. Dietary fiber contain numerous potentially protective phytochemicals and various types of minerals, vitamins, and fiber present in these millets help in the prevention of cancer growth. And phytic acid, selenium also regulate the oxidative stress and anti-cancer abilities. So mainly the phytochemicals, which are dietary fiber, selenium, and phytic acid, which are present in the millet, prevents the multiplication of these cancer cells to form the cancer tissue. And this millet phytochemicals are rich source of millets are rich source of phenolic compounds like phenolic acids and flavonoids. And these phenolic compounds help to fight the free radicals, and they scavenge the free radicals, and they help to balance the enzymatic reactions in the body. And they are also beneficial to asthma patients. Phytochemicals present in the millet grains are beneficial to asthma patients because they are gluten free, and some of the population people are very sensitive to gluten. That results in the celiac disease. So these millet grains are gluten free. So the millet grains are well tolerated by many people, and also it prevents the asthma and wheezing in children. And this millet grains are also helpful to gut health because it is rich in dietary fiber and resistant starch. And this resistant starch and dietary fiber, as I said, it will be in the large intestine, it will be metabolized into various metabolites. That metabolite in turn help in the growth of beneficial bacteria in the gut. So they promote the health promoting gut bacteria. And this insoluble dietary fiber help in the prevention of formation of gallbladder. And also this insoluble dietary fiber help in the smooth movement of the bowel in the larger intestine. And this fiber-rich millet diet also lower the risk of gallstone formation, and reduce the intestinal transit time and lower the bile acid secretion, which bile acid secretion is the main cause of gallstone formation. And that is about the various diseases which are protected by this millet grains. But of late, this millet grains, even though they are possess various health benefits, their consumption is being decreased. The main reasons for their decreased consumption is due to the lack of awareness on their nutritional benefits. And unlike major cereals like rice and wheat, the food preparation from this millet grains and processing of this millet grains is not very easy. There is an inconvenience in the preparation of foods from this millet grains. That's also one of the reasons for decreased consumption, and lack of processing technologies compared to other major cereals, and government policy and disincentives towards the millets. Because in the PDS system and other government policies are favoring the major cereals like wheat and rice, and they are offering subsidies and other things. So that kind of subsidies are not available for this millet. That's the reason for their decreased consumption. So how to increase this utilization of this millets in the food product is to generate a demand for millets through value addition of processed foods, through diversification of processing technologies. So government must encourage companies to set up processing units and explore the ways for creating awareness on nutritional merits and health benefits of millets. That is, the create the awareness by organizing trade fairs and exhibitions and disseminating the health beneficial and nutritional aspects of these millets. So these millets offer an enormous potential for use as ingredients in food and functional food product development. So over the years, CFTRI has developed numerous technologies from this millets to utilize these millets in various food products, and also various products were developed in the CFTRI. So therefore, CFTRI is a one-stop center for food processing solutions, and it is always at your service. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Srirama, for an exciting talk on the phytochemical components in the millets and also the nutritional advantages of millets over the other grains, and regarding the anti-nutrients, and a good highlight on the mechanism of action of various phytocomponents in anti-diabetic potential as well as the cardioprotective and colon cancer. He has also mentioned about the need for creating more awareness so that people will be encouraged to take the millet-based product. So like that, we can popularize the millet in our society. So with this, on behalf of the organizing committee, I wish to thank Dr. Srirama for that excellent talk. Thank you. Yeah, so next speaker is Dr. Dayagar Rao. He is from the IIMR. So he is coming online. So he will be coming in the online. So we are waiting for his presence.
Good morning, sir. Jaideep.
Good morning, Dr. Dayagar Rao. So I'm requesting my rapporteur to introduce Dr. Dayagar Rao.
Hello. So Dr. B. Dayagar Rao is a principal scientist and has made credible achievements in the area of agriculture economics, food science, nutrition, technology, and engineering. He has been instrumental in developing a nationally recognized model on millets value chain. He was the nodal officer of INSIMP, and he has created significant public awareness and demand for value-added millet products and technologies. He has also established leadership in establishing a center of excellence in sorghum processing in India. And he has also established the Nilian, which is a nesting incubation and entrepreneurship leveraging agri-innovation in nutri-cereals. So over to you, sir. We are looking ahead for your lecture.
Thank you for the introduction. I think so the topic that is given to me, good morning to all the participants of this webinar. It's a very timely in the sense that now a lot of things are happening around in the government of India, trying to take millets onto the center stage to take it to the international arena. So Indian millets for the international, food security or nutritional security, whatever it you call, but the programs are on, many departments are coming in forward, and I'm very happy and elated that congratulating CFTRI for organizing this very timely webinar. So the topic that is given to me is the startup schemes and the avenues for innovation. Now this is very important in today's context, why people are talking about millets after forgetting for more than 6 decades. That is what the $1 million question that which we need to pose ourselves. Now, if you want to just know about what this NutriHub is a commercial facade of Indian Institute of Millet Research, where we are trying to go for the last mile connectivity. Last mile connectivity where millets can be relevant to the common man consumers. So these startups make a lot of significant difference. And then we thought by in various demand creation measures after building up the value chain, we realized that this startup community is going to play a major role. So now, right now, we are into a very good traction. So I think since morning you must be talking about major millets and minor millets. I think I don't want to I want to skip those things. But for one thing now today, earlier they were grown for the domestic purpose. Only farmers grow for their own consumption. Today, when we are talking about the markets and the startups, it gives a commercial significance wherein these millets needs to be grown not only for their farm needs, farmers' family needs, but for the urban health and nutrition needs of the country. So that is what the markets that are emerging. We are, which I am trying to emphasize. The production is very important when we talk about the market. Now, once upon a time, the production was about 20 million tons in 1950, and with we were able to produce from 35 million tons. But today, what I am saying is that you are producing, that about 16 million tons from 15 million hectares. So very less area, but then we are able to produce thanks to the technology that has come in the form of crop improvement. But that is not going to be sufficient. Currently, it is about people say 40% deficient production. So the production has to be strengthened where the farmers need to be sensitized and brought in. And now, when we talk about today's context, it's the nutrition that comes. The previous speakers have adequately pointed out. You need to make that as a unique selling proposition to tell that why we want to go for that. This data shows its superiority over wheat and rice in various micronutrient profile to cater to the what you call hidden hunger or vitamins, or in terms of a macronutrient for mainstreaming in public funded programs like ICDS and WCD, where the protein malnutrition is at rampant. What to talk about their health benefits, I think, but more data needs to be generated on this thing to provide evidences for the claims that are being made. But the latest being the immunity, where because they have already the immune nutrients, whether it's iron, zinc, calcium, vitamin A. So that itself you don't need further corroborating with the clinical trials, because these nutrients are in available form, and bioavailability studies have proven amply about that. But the studies need to be really taken to the previous speaker was talking about the type 2 diabetes, how it is going to help. I think it is the time that when these diseases are prowling anything, the food habits needs to be changed. See, there was a survey that was conducted in America talking about trying to understand that there was trying to understand about how these particular products are being what are the immunonutrients, how they are going to be helpful in catering to the needs of that. And there are other stories also that comes from Africa that also corroborate with this lack of time. But then I would like to emphasize on the unique selling proposition of millets. How these startups suddenly realizing there are markets in it and a very great opportunity. We have really just put it across on the production side and demand side. What could be the factors that can take up? Because these are neglected crops, dryland crops, but there is an opportunity because they are 50% of the countries, and they require 300 mm water compared to 1200 mm water that is required by the rice. And if you give one irrigation, then double the area, double the yields. Climate resilient, they can go up to 50 degrees centigrade, proven thing. And they have lots of potential, not only in food, but also in fuel security and fodder security. Demand side, I think I have already said, and many other previous speakers told about, but most important thing is, all these days, though India was the largest millet producing country, there were some researches happening here and there in some of the labs, even in 1980s, but then they have never seen the commercial phase of it. Because one important thing that which has to the value chain has to be built around. So Indian Institute of Millet Research, we took that entire value chain right from the farm production to the consumer and try to bring them on a common platform. And while doing that, the processing technologies development is one of the key link in this regard, where the that where the basket of ready to cook or ready to eat, because these were highly inconvenient products. See, we may have produced some of the flour long 1980 and brought out shelf life and all those things, but making them daily consuming with sort of a lot of skill that is required, time consuming, all these things make it up. So the technologies for RTC and RTE foods, that is going to be a very crucial thing for taking for the startups to come out. That's the reason today the startups are in. So we did that. We pioneered this millet value chain by bringing all the key linkages which were disjointed and unorganized. In 2007 that we initiated, we diversified our crop mandate and got into various intervention with not only on nutrition but the processing of the value chain. So this consortium of stakeholders in private and public sector, bringing them together is another laudable thing that which we could take up. And initially we started with sorghum, and now that is being replicated to other millets also. So this value chain is nothing but where farmer is connected with the consumer, with in between various stakeholders where the value can be accrued. These are, I think, for your the information. Now this is the value chain that which we brought in various interventions that can happen, whether it is on-farm production intervention or processing interventions or nutritional testing and certification, entrepreneurship development, promotion, popularization, and commercialization. All these things happened simultaneously so that we could really do that. Now, I just want to bring to the August as an audience that the opportunities for innovation in millet processing and value addition. We may talk about this commodity being only a single commodity, but then the various opportunities that are beckoning. But now, if you, for example, there are inputs, farm gate aggregation and procurement could be one of the market proposition, and where some of the I can quote at least 4 of the startup companies who are already engaged into this thing. They are able to get some profits through this thing by aggregating the produce, because most of these are small scale holders. Now try to bring them and give a proper seed management. That is very important. Farm inputs could be another model, because this can be in any of the commodity that which we need to do, but these are considered to be organic. So how the organic inputs can be brought into that for taking it in form of biofertilizers and all those things could be another challenging thing. Now there are another 4. You can see that the farm equipment who are dealing with Kheti Gadi, J Farm, Jain Irrigation Task. These people are also engaged into this. So this is another area of investment, innovation that can be brought in, because each crop is different. The crop text, the crop physiology, the crop anatomy, the crop growth and the height, all these things matter. So, and aggregation is important. I told you that a small scale, until and unless if you want to go for this aggregation and pooling, then you cannot make it a commercially viable. So there are some agencies or startup companies who are engaged into this thing. Now that could be another thing. Warehousing. Now after doing that, then the warehousing is another important, trying to safeguard the seed for a longer storage period and a clean seed, because today we are considering them as nutri cereals. So the cleaning, grading happens at the farm gate level and then take it up. Farm gate processing is very, very vital. Today we are talking about increase and doubling the farmer's income. I think if some of the primary processing can happen at the farm gate itself by providing cleaning, grading and dehulling options at the farm gate, and also the fodder collection and making it as a briquettes, that could be another opportunity. Some of them, Partha Millet, Seasai, Biology Foods, they are into this particular thing. Machinery fabrication is another one, because there are very few people. This is one of the key constraint in millet promotion, and especially the small millets, which comprise about 5% of the total production. They have the dehulling thing, and there that is constrained by 70. Now recent project by APIDA, their CFTR and IM are working together. I hope that we will bring about. Dr. Satyendra Kumar must be there. He must be listening to us. So there's a big challenge that is there, so that the market can be revoked in that, and many more people can participate with higher thing. Now, value-added products, producer, distributor, exporter, ready-to-eat products also. Now, this is one of the biggest market that which we see that lots of startups are engaged into that, trying to bring in either snacking food or in the form of breakfast cereals. You can see in Health Sutra a picture that is kept. So this is going to be an increasing market. Shelf life is definitely is constrained, but then still people are trying to come out with various products. Now 24 Mantra, they came up with ready to cook foods and Health Sutra, Inner Being, Health Basket, Bhavani Foods. They have they're all coming with vermicelli, pasta, chips, semolina, flours. Now, beverage, one of the market leader in millets is Soulful. Now it is being acquired by the Tatas and called as a Tata Soulful. They have come out with millet smoothies. I think these are not thought of earlier. Today, beverages are going to become one important thing, whether it is in the malt form, energy drink form, or instant mixes. I think some startups are there, but there is a great scale that is needed for it to make it not just to pan India, but for the export market too. Now, infant foods. This is again something debated with the NIN or people with modern technologies, whether it's in a fermented form or other forms. I think now this baby foods, infant foods are also becoming popular, and some of the startup companies have also some baby cereal with Milk's First Bites or Inner Being or Hap Up. These are some of the things, so that there is a scope for us to really just take these things by bringing down the cost and try to take it for mainstreaming in the public funded programs also. So value added products, producer, distributor and exporters, these are all, they are having a lot of relevance. Now recipes or meals, you can see that the recipes are meals, means I mean to say the restaurant industry is coming up, exclusive millet based restaurant. That could be another business opportunity where people can have a wide range of in Bangalore and in Hyderabad, in Chennai. Really markets are coming up, especially some of the cloud kitchens are coming up. One Millet Marvels based in Hyderabad is growing very big. Ahobilam was the pioneer in this thing, but about 10 restaurants are there which are catering to this millets exclusively, and they are sustaining, and they have come out break even also. So that speaks about the growing market that is there. Now we talk about the regular foods, but when you are going to increase the functionality, that is going to be whether it is an increase fortifying with the micronutrients in order to make a dense, energy dense or the micronutrient dense foods, dietary fiber or anemia. So then they are called as that, because people suffering with the lifestyle diseases are increasing across the world, and need for this functional food rich in specific requirement is. So you see how beautifully these startups are coming out with the packaging that is very attractive. Now, unlike earlier, people used to think millets means poor man's crop. This packaging really uplifts this and gives a counter attack on that particular traditional branding that is given as a poor man's crop. Now, plant protein foods, the new things that are coming up, people are talking. Already there are about a few people who are working on this, who would like to diversify into the millet based. Now, here there is a big opportunity. Millets are not known for a very high protein content, but you know that there are something like, if you people look forward for the protein sources, primarily they look for the pulses. Now here we see that protein in pulses, amino acid profile in pulses, methionine is a constraining factor, and that methionine is abundantly available in case of millet. So when we talk about the quality protein and trying to bring in and bring some sort of a composite or integration of these products, that makes things much more value to the consumer. I think for those markets who are thinking, I think we are there for prescription and try to give you a USP when you want to get into the plant proteins. We have initiated some work on that. I think we will continue to do that, as Indian Institute of Millet Research has a responsibility for establishing new markets, not only in functional but in nutraceuticals also. So I think there are something like analog foods, they look alike, like a rice is a traditional, the mindset of the consumer is that they would like to eat in that particular form. So can we bring millets also in the form of the rice by extruding them? So that is what we did some sort of a stability studies, and we came up successfully. Now taking them forward, some of the technology licensing we gave it to some of the private companies to take them forward. Now nano foods is it is nascent stage of research, but I think one important thing that has to take place is that the particle size and through nano-sized particles, there is going to be increased. It is expected that the sticking might take place, and maybe instead of hot gelatinization, soft gelatinization of the starch could also result through these things. So we need to explore this thing. Just it's preempting, and I'm telling that, but that could be one of the things. Bran oil extraction. This is again a very important thing. So we found that in little millet, there are bran contains about as much as 15% of the oil, bran oil. So I think we are studying on the fatty acid profile and other things. So once we come up with that, I think, but this could be a very important thing that which one can think. Beer, these are non-food uses, but beverages, this is traditional alone. There is nothing new about this, but then can we really popularize them, because they can be made from, earlier the traditional raw material is the barley, but then we see the sorghum, pearl millet and finger millet has the capabilities, and in Africa especially that these are Sab Miller beer and others are quite popular. Now other things are like biofuel. Stalks of sorghum can be used as a biofuel. Rapid trials are going on. Starch production also. We need to understand that from food versus feed, how animal feed, briquetting them and putting them properly, packing. And if someone is also interested to popularize, that could be another business idea. Whether it's conducting event management, marathons, exhibitions, cyclothons. Some companies are also engaged in. Now these are the captive markets. The government is getting. Few of our startups are really engaged into this sort of thing, so that they will connect with the government. We connected them to the government programs so that they may cater to the regular supply to various, whether it is MDM programs or government feeding. In addition to that, chefs community, nutritionists, evangelists, restaurants, whole lots of opportunities that are there. Within one commodity, then you can think about recipe making, product training, farming methods training, physical training. So capacity building could be another area. And the incubation also. If you are going to establish a private incubator, you could really bring in many people and all. It's a private investment opportunity. Some people, that VCs are engaged into this sort of a thing. So this way, the diversification of processing technologies that we could take and bring all the put together on a complete plate. So the tree looks like that. At least some sample, whether it is diversified technologies, but puffing ho sakta hai, flaking ho sakta hai, baking 100% millet based cold extrusion, then hot extrusion, fortified instant mixes recipes, and the things goes like that. The primary processing machinery, that is again secondary processing machinery. Initially we had that prototypes, and then we have scaled up this processing machinery and taken to the next level and provided a startup facility for this. They can come use this facility with paying the user charges and then produce their products. We have range of lines so that they need not worry at one-stop solution, including the packaging, whether it is vacuum packing, whether it is a nitrogen flushing or pick and fill, or you can just name that, and then we can do that. And the infrastructure that which we developed for the startups is amazing. I think nowhere in the world for millets such a facility would be available. Now, with regard to the infrastructure, R&D facilities are also quite sufficient for taking them, so that we could make use of for even startup companies. They can come engage themselves in working with us and trying to refine their products. Now, this is the first brand on millets that which we have established. Because there was no brand, we wanted to show that how this can happen, piloted successfully, now unable to withdraw, and brand franchise is sort of. Now these were the first level of packaging that which we came and we sold, and it is an instant success, I am telling you. Now we have changed the packaging structure and all this. With regard to the traditional recipes that we developed, including the modern recipes, more than 500 plus recipes we have developed, they look almost what you make with rice and wheat, that you can have all these things. Now we are going for the preparation of the international recipes and coming out of a very coffee table type of a book, trying to work with chefs and then come out with this. So these are some of the things where I think before lunch I'm showing you that. But the literature will help us by taking into regional languages and trying to connect to the consumers. That's very important. Promotion and popularization is a constant drive which we take up at every given opportunity we use, and try to build up the brand ambassadors for us. And I believe that CFTRA is definitely one of our brand ambassador for millets like IAMR. So together we can take things forward. So it's not just one person, but it's a movement. The entrepreneurship development programs trying to build up the people so that they work both in-house and reaching out to them at on-site training programs, and on various topics. We conduct some training programs. Most of them are paid courses. Now, I just want to share a story which is very close to my heart, which is in my initial introduction. They said that I have established Nutri Business Incubator, Nutri Hub. We branded it as a Nutri Hub, this business incubator, thanks to DST for their support, and subsequently RKVY Reftar, so that we may cater to the startup needs and to help them to ideate, incubate, accelerate their innovative early startups, and providing all that infrastructure. So we have this funding from DST, Raftar, then we have ICAR and Agribusiness Incubator of ICAR. So we try to take these things and provide all R&D, launchpad for the training, mentoring, networking, virtual incubation support, seed funding. So see, funding also is added to our portfolio. Fundraising, backward integration, EDP and capacity building, promotion and policy advocacy. So because the entire thing is given a responsibility for IMR, we have taken that responsibility and we are doing it responsibly and be with an accountability. There are two flagship programs that are running now, Engrain and Nest. Engrain is a seed support funding. Now, if some startup is engaged in millet product selling and all this, so 1 year, up to 1 year, if they are in the market, 25 lakhs can be supported to them. And if it is they are beginners with an idea, then we can support up to 5 lakhs. So far, we have provided to 3.4 crores for 40 startup companies. So that is what the track record. In addition to that, there is a technology and entrepreneurship development programs, startup ignition programs, cooking with millets, collaborative programs with others also. This is a continuous stream of work that we've developed virtual models so that we could make use of even the pandemic's time, where people are glued at home, sticking to their TVs, and then we take up those things so this is a startup ignition. People come, potential entrepreneurs, continuously we train them and then bring them onto the entrepreneurship table. Now, not only on primary processing training, bagging, packing, secondary processing, I think this way we are able to take the things joining with the hands with others also. So we sensitize them, we ideate and incubation several programs. So with this R&D services, how we just extend to our startup companies, they can sit and they can work some of the list of services which we provided for the startup companies. So our incubators admitted has grown up to 105 admitted, and this graduated are about 37, but this is only 2021. But if you see 21-22, now it has gone doubled. 200 people are now currently being incubated by. Now the total growth is about 500 startups that have come in past 5 years. 200 are being handholded by us, directly by us, and some of them are virtually also incubated from other countries, from other states. Revenue generated, we continue to work with them, and the employment generated through these startups is also mind-boggling. So, but still it's a beginning. We need to go out trying to connect with the farmers, with the startup companies and the export markets and the forward integration, investment generated by the incubators and various business models. Now, some of the beautiful brands that merged out of through our incubation program are listed here. They are all varied, including the fabrication, machine learning, artificial intelligence. Then we have also restaurants, then so many other things, RTC products, all those things. Annually, we have a graduation ceremony like this, where some of them 1 year we give that incubation program. After that, they need to graduate, and the new batch will be taken up forward. So we are going to have on 17th and 18th a mega multi-stakeholder mega convention at Hyderabad HICC, and this is going to be a huge program. This will be run up for International Year of Millets, curtain raisers that which we are going to develop. Now, some of them are graduated, and we work with international partners and the national partners, including our CFTRA, our state governments. We have signed an MOU to work with them together, and private partners also. They are chef, president of Indian Federation of Culinary Association. Similarly, we bring in all that and try to replicate the successful value chain model, especially through the startups. And our role is going to be magnified. We need to work together and then take it forward. So, for your information, this is what the Nutricereal Mega Multi-Stakeholder Mega Convention, that which is in association with the Food and Agriculture Organization and Niti Aayog Department, DACC, Farmers Welfare, we are taking it up forward. And I think with this, thanks, I could share. I hope that I kept my time. I don't know, might have crossed, but then I think it is very vital for us to understand this group also need to be sensitized about what's happening around. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Dagar. It was an exciting talk on the various aspects of innovations which is possible, and innovations which is of interest to the researchers also. So some of the research, some of the innovations has to happen in the lab, and subsequently fine-tuning of that innovations has to be taken up by the entrepreneurs. So in that connection, the talk which you have given is very exciting, not only to the researchers here, but also the entrepreneurs who are attending in the online. They have covered the important aspects of USP of millets and the importance of connections from farmers to consumer through the value chain, and need for innovation in the organic farming of millets. So primary processing at the farm gate, the machinery fabrication of millets, then number of products. So many of the innovative products, in addition to the traditional products, the new areas, so like beverages, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, then fabrication of the nutrient dense and the phytonutrient dense food products, so plant protein foods, then analogs food like millet rice. So like that, you have opened up the number of innovative things which can be taken up by the researchers for continuing their research, and wherever there is some value addition has happened in the laboratory, so it has to be taken up by the entrepreneurs to take it forward, so that it will be a final connect between the farmer to the consumer. So subsequently, he has mentioned about the role of NutriHub for startups. So how a NutriHub, a government organization, can support our entrepreneurs, so that societal improvement will take place. So through the collaboration with the multiple institutes like AMR, CFTRA, and government. So like that, it was an exciting talk. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I wish to thank him once again for this talk. Thank you, Dr. Dayagarji.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, with this, we are moving to the next talk. So that is by Dr. Ambika, so Joint Director, RABDC, so Government of Karnataka. So I am requesting Dr. Sudhi to introduce Madam Ms. Ambika.
Mrs. Ambika is the Joint Director Agriculture in Karnataka Agriculture Business Development Corporation and General Manager for KAPPEC. And she has worked as Assistant Director Agriculture at Bangarpet for 6 years. She was also the Deputy Director of Agriculture, Farm Mechanization and Micro Irrigation for another 6 years, and Joint Director for Agriculture, Bangalore Rural, and Joint Director Agriculture, Organic Farming and Laboratories for 3 years. So over to you, ma'am. We look ahead for your lecture. Hello, ma'am. Are you there, Mrs. Ambika? Can you hear me? Hello, ma'am. Hello, Mrs. Ambika. Ma'am, we can't see you. Video or audio is not there. If you are there, please just. We are trying to connect to Mrs. Ambika, so kindly be on you can join us and just wait for Mrs. Ambika. Okay, it seems Mrs. Ambika is unable to join, so we are starting with the next speaker. And our next speaker is Mrs. Usha Dharmaraj, and she is a Senior Technical Officer at CSIR CFTRI, and she has an expertise on processing of millets and pseudo cereals, formulation of specialty products like food for diabetics, weaning food, beverages, etc., preparations of functional ingredients from cereals. So over to you, Usha.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I thank at the outset, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. Yeah, the topic which is given to me or chosen is millets for PDS or ICDS or MDM programs. These are all government schemes. So either public distribution system or midday meal scheme or the ICDS programs of the government schemes, whether millets are suitable. So maybe you have heard the previous speakers, and that too especially Dr. Sri Rama, he elaborated about the nutritional benefits of millets. A lot of health benefits he elaborated. Apart from the major nutrients, millets do contain the phytochemicals and then minerals and the specific phytochemical which has specific health benefits and so many things. And the health benefits of millets is known. If you see the Google Scholar, you will find n number of literature, and then proving that there will be it is proven by the animal studies and all the in vitro, in vivo experiments to say the health potential of these millets. But still, with all this, why the millets are not into these kind of schemes? You must be knowing that there is a lot of government intervention programs for to eradicate malnutrition. Government spends a lot of funds on this. There will be there are different schemes, but still malnutrition, that too especially in children, is a threat to the nation. So one side we have millets, and one side we have the malnutrition. So the simple thing is we can integrate these two channels so that we can eradicate. Okay. So if that is so, why it is not taken up so far? So what are the, we have to, before if we think that we can use millets in this kind of government schemes. So there are certain questions to be asked. The thing is, can millet be incorporated directly in such schemes? Can we? That's the first question. And whether these millets will be well accepted by the target group. Remember, but for PDS, in ICDS and MDM, the target population is children and pregnant women and lactating mothers. Okay. and how the health benefits of millets can be completely explored. If we introduce it directly, whether it can be completely used or it can be completely utilized by the end user. And what are the long-term strategies? Maybe I think in Karnataka government also, they wanted to incorporate foxtail millet and little millet in midday meal scheme, because in Karnataka mostly we grow little millet and foxtail millet. So, but still, with the change in government and change in many policy matters, this is not realized so far. And you should remember Akshay Patra also taken some initiatives to incorporate some millet-based recipes in such kind of schemes, but not in a very broad way or in a not in a very successful manner. It's not successful introducing these millets in this kind of schemes. So what the long-term strategies, what are the modalities we have to follow, and then where is the lacuna? So that we have to understand. So for this, before answering these questions, I think I should take you a little bit. I don't explain much about the millet structure and other things, but I have to tell you something that is right from the classification. So as you know, cereals, we can classify into major cereals, rice and wheat, and core cereals, maize, sorghum, and millets. And what happens because of its usage? The maize is internationally used, so sometimes it is, it is classified under major cereal also. And under millets, you have pearl millet one side and sorghum. Actually, sorghum is a core cereal, but we call it as a great millet. It is also classified under millets most of the time. So, and then small millet. And then under small millets, you have finger millet, foxtail, little, proso, barnyard kodo, and latest edition is brown top. We don't have much literature or much work on this brown top millet, but it is gaining popularity in recent years. And then if you know that sometimes, so the common men, sometimes they wrongly classify or call the pseudo cereals, grain amaranth, buckwheat, and quinoa as millets, but they're not actually millets. They are classified under pseudo cereals. And we have fonio, teff, and job steers. They are also millets, not very much particular to Indian situation. And then it is mostly based on African based. And this job steers in some part of northeastern Indian states, it's grown. So this is about millets. And then what we have to understand, if I concentrate on pearl millet and other small millets, pearl millet and finger millet, they do contain naked caryopsis. There is no husk. So what happens, similar to paddy, all other millets, they contain a husk. Husk is a non-edible entity. So the primary processing, what is required is dehusking. So we have to dehusk the millet and then use. Okay, so husk is non-edible. It is mostly cellulosic in nature and it is not digested by the human system. Whereas we can use pearl millet and finger millet directly because it contains a seed coat, which is mostly the edible seed coat. And if you see the botanical structure, generally these grains, they contain either outer seed husk or seed coat. That must be, sometimes it is edible. And then a bran layer. Then there will be a germ. Generally, the germ will be at the max, it will be some 5% of the total grain weight. And mostly it is endosperm. So this is so this is it is a drawing of finger millet actually. So the outer seed coat is there. It is an edible seed coat. And what happens? We have to remove the outer husk. That is what I told. So what happens? When I remember when I used to go to school, there was a process. My mother used to use that winnower. So she used to remove the paddy from the rice. One paddy will be the whatever rice we used to procure from the shops. You will find the paddy, at least some 1 or 2% paddy will be there. That we used to pick it up. So the paddy is, we know that it is not a digestion. We shouldn't consume that. And what will happen? The rice industry is grown in such a rate that now we don't find any rice that is contaminated with paddy. So directly you take rice, you can add into cooker and then it is cooked. Even PDS rice is also, you don't find any paddy in that. That is so much well developed technology. But what you have to remember, any grain, in fact, it may be paddy or it may be millet. You take maybe 100 grains. I can take an example of 100 grains. So you add 100 grains to the milling system. So no milling system can efficiently dehusk all 100 grains. That is same in the case of paddy also. If you are, it depends on the grain to grain. Some grains maybe it is maybe sometimes it is a 60% yield, or sometimes 80% yield, or sometimes 90% dehusking efficiency. So in case of rice, what they do, it is dehusked, and then after shelling, it will go. The grains are sent for polishing, and you have color separators, wherein all the whatever the unhusked rice or the paddy will come back to the dehusking system. So that is not the case of millets. Unfortunately, even we all agree that millets are grown since time immemorial. Like, it's a long back we have grown in. Ragi is mentioned in Ramdan Charit. So they call, there is a popular Kannada song saying that, Ragi Tandira, Bhikshage Ragi Tandira. That means it is like, it is mentioned in such old time. But still, there is not much growth in the milling system or utilization. As the previous speaker told, there are government policies, because we get a lot of subsidy on rice and wheat. If you get millet, the main cereal for a very subsidized price, maybe in Karnataka government, it is, I think, hardly 1 rupee per kg in PDS system, the rice is sold. So then why one will buy millet at higher price? So that is the question. So whatever the thing is, it is two things will rule any food industry. One is the economy, and another one is the taste. Both should be there. So that is the problem. Unfortunately, millets need dehusking, and we don't have even the millets also, maybe foxtail and little millet, the dehusking efficiency may be 85 to 90%, but still that 5% contamination poses a problem. Okay. So that is one thing, and we don't have any, specified or, the particular milling machineries, color sorters or other things developed for these millets. Even now, in there is an hub at Nasik area. They use a lot of you will find a lot of millet milling machines there. They use color sorters, but it is not very popular because color sorters as of now is very, it is a costly equipment. So what happens, millets are grown by this small scale and a poor farmer actually. So, either the farmer or the milling entrepreneur of miller cannot afford color sorter in all the time. So there is a need, you have to separate the husked and dehusked. And if you take a foxtail millet, you will see the husked and dehusked millet, both will look in the same color. You can't even make out whether it is a dehusked foxtail millet or a husked foxtail millet. And what they do, they go for manual separation. See, we know that millets are farmer-friendly crops. Millets require very less water for, for growing. So not much agricultural inputs are needed, but still millets are sold. Even I can tell in this southern part of our country, it is sold from right from 80 rupees to 180 rupees per kg. So that is why that hiked price. Even though millet at bulk at University of Agriculture Sciences, it is available at 25 rupees per kg. But why this is? The thing is, there is not much dedicated machineries, and then they do go for manual separation. And one unfortunate, the issue is that is similar to rice. Rice we consume only two forms, either in the completely polished form or in the brown rice. Nowadays, brown rice is getting popularized. People use brown rice. It is sold at higher price. And, either are completely polished, 12% or 13% polished rice we use. And same is the case of millets. In southern parts of India, that too, Kerala doesn't use much of millets. In Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and all, they use millets only in brown form. Okay, and in Maharashtra region, they use millets as a fasting food, and they use completely polished millet. They use the millet is added in dehusked in one end. It passes through almost 12 cone polishers, and then by the end you get it is almost like a semolina. Like, it is completely deprived of all nutrients. So it is the irony, the same as the case. So what we suggest, the suggestion is, I told primary processing is required. So how we can go, see, millets now in southern part, if we consider, it is dehusked. It is a mixture of husked and dehusked grains, and then they go for manual separation, and then dehusked brown grains, and the brown millet is consumed. And whereas what is recommended, we recommend that millets dehusk. It is again combination of husked and dehusked grains. Go for mechanical separation, polishing up to 2 to 3%, and then you will get a semi-polished millet. So then what are the advantages of this semi-polished millet? If you consider brown millet, it contains more bran, high dietary fiber, and see, it is anti-nutritional. If I say, if our target population is maybe children or pregnant women or lactating mother, or it can be a nutrient or a phytonutrient for obese or diabetic population, it is two sides of a coin. So, but still it contains a lot of polyphenols, phytates and other phytochemicals. But at the foremost, the cooking quality is poor. So if you would have tasted the brown rice, you will consume brown rice maybe once or twice, and then you'll see that gives a chewy texture. See, mostly we are ruled by tongue. The taste is the most important factor. Whatever may be the nutrition, but we feel that taste. So taste is the primemost factor. In that case, what happens? This brown millet, it gives almost the cooking quality is poor and chewy texture, so the consumer won't enjoy it, and the acceptability is low. And what happens? The bioavailability, it is a source of a lot of minerals, like ragi, finger millet contains calcium, and then little millet contains iron. But these minerals, the bioavailability is low. It doesn't matter that how much it is no, but the point is, it is not how much nutrient we are eating. The point is how much nutrient body can absorb. The quality of the nutrient always matters. So if we go for a semi-polished millet, the advantage is a part of the bran is removed. What happens? The cooking quality improves, and the taste and the overall quality acceptability increases, and bioavailability. And one problem with our millets, that too especially with pearl millet and little and foxtail millet, actually the shelf stability is very poor. Whatever the packaging material, because of the lipolytic rancidity, they readily undergo rancidity, and then once the millets are shelled, the shelf life is very less. Within 1 month it spoils. What we can do, semi-polishing can always help in improving the shelf life. We can always go for the shelf life improvement protocols processing, but semi-polishing also does the job there. And the nutrition content may decrease. It may decrease, but what will happen? It will the quality of the nutrient may increase. And then this already I mentioned what are the advantage of semi-polishing. And in case of ragi and pearl millet, I told it contains naked caryopsis. So what we can do, the seed coat is edible. A part of the seed coat can be removed, because you cannot, in case of ragi especially, the seed coat is very rigidly attached to the endosperm, so you cannot remove it very easily. It is adhering so tightly to the endosperm. So what we can do, ragi is always used for a flour-based product. We can add, it is called a tempering. We can add a certain amount of water, and then the seed coat can be made as a leathery, and the part of the seed coat can be removed by sifting. And in case of pearl millet also, we can temper the grains and the part of the bran layer can be removed, and this refined flour can be used for this kind of programs. So I have taken an example of finger millet, wherein finger millet is known for its calcium content. Almost we can say it contains 350 mg of calcium. If you consume whole finger millet, only 30% of calcium is bioavailable. And if you go for removing or decortication of finger millet, 65% of 220 mg of calcium is bioavailable. And if we malt the grain and the malted flour is used, over more than 90% of 200 mg calcium is absorbed. So you can always see that the total calcium content decreases upon processing, but the bioavailable calcium increases. This is one typical example what I have taken. So with this, what we had, I want to mention one example which we are currently doing with the government of Odisha, wherein Odisha, apart from Karnataka, Odisha is one of the states which grows a lot of ragi. Especially ragi is the main grain there. And government wanted ragi especially in a take-home ration. So they have a take-home ration which is called as chatwa, that is based on wheat. And what we have to remember here is these millets, they are like any other cereals. They do not contain so much of protein. It should be always complemented with either plant-based protein or animal proteins. Either milk powder or some legume should be complemented to complete its protein profile. So what we have done here, and one restriction here what government says, because what we have to remember, government intervention programs, and then when they incorporate millets or any other new introduction in the system, increase in 1 rupee also, 1 paisa, if I say, it increases, the quantity is so much, the price cost increases like anything. It is so many beneficiaries, and it's across the state, it is so many number of children are there, or the pregnant or lactating women are there. So in that case, it should be low cost. So the processing what we have to adapt here should be of low cost, should be like in Odisha, it is a very good network of SHGs, especially run by only women SHGs. So they should easily adopt this. It should be not cost intensive or machinery intensive or complicated process. With this restrictions, what we have undertaken is, one is in Keonjhar district, that is in Odisha, and another project, it is which is covering 15 selected districts of Odisha. So what we have done is we prepared a ragi based product for it. And what I have to mention here, see the SHG network, it is an example of Odisha, is almost, 563 SHGs are there. And very beautifully it is divided into different blocks. And then for 25 days, take-home ration is given. And the product is prepared by this SHGs. The benefit is SHGs will get the income, and the target population will get the product. So that is the idea behind it. The ragi based laddu we prepare. So this product is successfully launched in Keonjhar. Almost 1 lakh preschool children are given this product. So due to the pandemic, they distributed only the premix for laddu. We developed in 2 forms, either one in premix form and another in actual laddu form. So 1 laddu, this is specified by the government. It should be of 20 gram. And then the nutrition profile is, we have estimated that in premix also and in laddu form also. And then if we take the example, there are almost 1 lakh tons of ragi is grown in Odisha. So we are replacing, if we replace wheat, that contains, take-home ration contains wheat around 65%. If you replace it, almost 3,500 tons of ragi can be utilized. So we have developed a technology that is called ragi chatwa. We replaced wheat by ragi, and then the product quality and other things we are estimating it. So this will be, the final conclusion is, we can always incorporate these millets in a proper way. it should be like the nutrients should be bioavailable. When we another thing what I have to mention is, if this is only case of ragi wherein dehusking is not there, if we are going for foxtail millet or little millet or pros or in any other millet, it should be incorporated in a proper way. There shouldn't be any husked grain in the grain form, and the shelf life is an issue that has to be tackled properly. If midday meal scheme is going for children, so we should be the policy should be the protocol should be neatly, it should be set so that no husked grain will come and the grains are not spoiled. Otherwise, one small hiccup, it will spoil the entire, the idea of introducing these millets in this kind of government-aided schemes. So this is the nutrient composition of chatwa. What we have done there, we are almost the par of the protein content in terms of this existing chatwa and ragi-based chatwa. And to summarize, so millets, always they need proper pre-processing. It is not like that millets, they have a lot of nutrition and health benefits we cannot directly incorporate. It is always better to see the target population and at the most see that it is given in an acceptable way. Like millets are good, that doesn't mean that everybody will eat brown millet. Nobody will. So maybe because what we see in recently, the hike in millet-based products, it was so high, and recent 2 years it is falling in the same way. So there are many hiccups we have to address, and then there should be always we have to develop always ready to eat or ready to use products based on millets. And CFTRI we are doing since years on millets and then different millet based products and intervention in terms of improving the shelf life and many such kind of programs we have. So the shelf stability should be addressed in a proper way, and then the nutraceuticals also should be it shouldn't be when we give the grain, it should contain nutraceutical, but not in such a way that it will hinder the absorption of the other grains. So with this, I think, sorry if I would have taken 2 minutes more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Usha, for enlightening us how our laboratory research can be made into socially relevant program. So she has gone through the presentation wherein she has presented the grain diversity, so with respect to coarse grains, small millets, and also the botanical parts, which is making the small millet processing a challenging issue. So the methods for obtaining the these grains so that it can be incorporated in the nutritional programs, especially useful for children. So in that respect, she has mentioned that number of societal programs wherein that millets can be transformed into edible products like laddu or chatwa and such kind of these products, so which will be well accepted by children as well as the consumers. So once again, I am thanking Dr. Usha for an excellent presentation on how the research can be translated to the socially relevant programs. Thank you.
Okay, now I'll just introduce the next speaker, which is Mrs. Ambika, and she's the Joint Director Agriculture for Karnataka Agriculture Business Development Corporation and General Manager of KAPPEC. She has worked as Assistant Director Agriculture at Bangarpet for 6 years, and she was also the Deputy Director of Agriculture, Farm Mechanization and Micro Irrigation for 6 years. And she has been the Joint Director Agriculture Bangalore Rural and Joint Director Agriculture for Organic Farming and Laboratories for 3 years. So over to you, ma'am. We look ahead for your lecture.
Good. First, I would like to thank the director giving me this opportunity to be a part of this program this afternoon. As you are all aware, the entire country is now chanting the mantra of doubling farmers' income. We know whether it is at the national level or at the state level, we are blessed with vast, diverse natural resources, and we have a very good production base. But however, the monetization of our produce is what is the need of the hour, and we have to plug all the gaps of this supply chain, right from farmers' field up to the marketing, branding, and positioning our produce both at the domestic and the international markets. So to begin with, I would like to share with you some of the unique features of our state with respect to the industry policy in brief and specific to the state government, Department of Agriculture. So Karnataka, as you know, is one of the fast growing states. There are about 8 lakh MSMEs, and the investment is to the tune of 85,000 crores and generates an employment to the extent of 56 lakh. So some of the unique features and objectives of our industrial policy is that to attract the investment to the tune of 5 lakh crore in the coming 5 years, that is from 2020 to 2025, to create employment opportunities to 20 lakh people, and also to position ourselves at the level 3 in terms of exporting potential to maintain 10% growth in the industrial sectors. The strategies we have adopted in the state is that we have to have a sustainable, balanced and inclusive industrial growth, enable tie-ups and collaborations to make our state as a knowledge hub, and also an ecosystem where we can adopt innovation and also enhance our capabilities inclusively. So there are few investments and incentives that are provided under the industry.
Ma'am, sorry to disturb you, but ma'am, we can't, if you have shared your slides, because we can't see your slides, ma'am.
I have shared the slides.
Ma'am, I guess you just check, it has not been shared, so we can't see your slides.
No, I have mailed, ma'am, ask them to share. If not so, you have to enable me to share it.
Yeah, please, kindly share. Now we can see your slides, ma'am.
Yeah. So I think you should go to the third slide. Next. Next slide. Yeah. Right. Okay. Incentives under industrial policy are investment promotion, stamp duty exemption, land conversion fee reimbursement, electricity tax exemption, and power subsidy. These are some of the incentives that are provided in the new industrial policy. Now, what are the unique features of this industrial policy? Next slide, please. Yeah, we are looking for the sustainable and responsible industrialization. So we are using our resources in a judicious manner. So incentives have been provided for rainwater harvesting, water recycling, and also reimbursement of water audit expenses, land subsidy, and water charges. So some of the unique, I would also like to share some of the unique features of Department of Agriculture. We have a vast database of farmers being enrolled in the department as such, for which we are giving incentives right from production up to the marketing stage. So there is also few unique policies like FPO policy and organic farming policy, which is also intended to complement our industrial policy. Then if we look at the food processing scenario, so we, as I told you earlier, we have a diverse production base, and food processing sectors we would be reaching to $535 billion by 2025-26 at the national level. So when you think of food processing, the major processing industries are grains, sugar, edible oils, beverages, and dairy products. And subsegments includes processing fruits and vegetables, poultry, meat processing, fisheries, and dairy farming. So when you look at the basic statistics, there are about 39,748 registered units in the country and 1,27,748 units which are unregistered in the state. Next slide. So the pandemic actually, the current pandemic has enabled us to realize the pain points in the supply chain, and all the schemes are focusing on supplementing to plug the gaps in the supply chain. I'm sure you're all aware of this Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, wherein components like establishment of mega food parks, integrated cold chain, creation and expansion of processing capabilities, creation of backward linkages, and food safety quality assurances are covered, and subsidies are provided to the tune of 50 crore to a maximum for establishment of mega food park, from 5 crores for establishment of the creation or expansion of food processing or preservation capabilities. Next slide. So there is another scheme which is supporting in terms of markets price stabilization, that is Operation Greens, which was initially started as a top scheme, that is tomato, onion, potato. Now it has been extended to 22 other fruits and vegetables. So this is mainly supporting in terms of transportation, storage, and also market stabilization. I would also like to highlight upon the next scheme, the production linked incentive scheme, which is supporting in terms of sales. Next slide please. Yeah, this scheme is intended to promote the sales, and the incentives are linked to the production. So there are 3 different categories under this, wherein they have covered mainly the ready to eat, ready to cook products, processed fruits and vegetables, including millets. There is another category wherein innovation organic products are also covered for this small micro enterprises. And the other unique feature of the scheme is support for branding and marketing abroad. There is only restriction in category 1. Only such products are covered like RTE, RTC, processed fruits and vegetables, and cheese. But there is no restriction for category 1 and category 3. So this is the unique feature of production linked incentive scheme. So there is a scheme that is going to boost. Next slide. This is the latest scheme which is effective from last Jan. So this is the scheme which is intended to boost our exports from the country. So as you are aware, the EIS scheme is replaced by RODAP scheme right now, and all tax duties and any such other taxes will be refunded. This is the most unique feature of the scheme. But however, certain things are yet to be clarified from Government of India. The eligibility criteria would be that any product, it should be originated from our country. This scheme also covers the textile sectors, and both merchant exporter as well as manufacturer exporters covered under this scheme. So some of the MSME schemes include, like, next slide, credit support scheme, development of Khadi, village and coir industries, technology upgradation and quality certification, marketing promotion schemes, entrepreneurship, and also infrastructure. Infrastructure schemes are there covering all agri and allied sectors. So this is what I just wanted to share with you. Thank you for the time and patient hearing.
Thank you, Madam Ms. Ambiga. So it was really eye-opener to many of the industrialists regarding the various supporting schemes under the RKVY, wherein we have covered the various aspects like right from the production, support for production, as well as processing, infrastructure. Ultimately, it has to go to the market. So support is there with respect to the sales, not only for the domestic market, but also for the export. So like that, you have covered all aspects related to the support to the industries through the government schemes. So thank you, Madam, once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Team CFTRI.
So our next speaker is Dr. Sarita Srivastava. So to give a brief introduction, she is Professor and Head, Department of Food and Nutrition at GB Pant Agriculture University and Technology, Uttarakhand, and she has done her Masters in Food Science and Nutrition and PhD in Biochemistry from GB Pant University. And she's also a postdoctorate from Germany, and she has worked extensively on nutritional quality of millets and product development for diversified uses, including diabetic and celiac patients. So over to you, ma'am. Hello, Dr. Sarita, are you there?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll take a couple of moments to start this.
Ma'am, you can start. We have. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, your slides are visible. You can just start with this lecture, ma'am.
I feel really privileged and elated to share my research with the prestigious group. You know that I'll be speaking on anti-diabetic potential of small millets. A lot has been spoken about millets since morning, and that was really very much interesting. In fact, when we talk of millets, mention of millets is there in our Yajurved. So that's means thousands of years ago. And again, we have a revived interest in millet research, and we have to tap the potential of millets. But some decades ago, it was known as poor man's crop, but now we are saying it as wonder grains, or like nutraceutical, Chinese medicine, etc. So we are using these words. First of all, I will focus on prevalence of diabetes. Globally, diabetes is the 9th main cause of death. Number of diabetics are increasing at an alarming rate, and especially in India and China, majority, 90% of diabetics suffer from type 2 diabetes mellitus. Diabetes is of 4 types, and diabetic population in 2019 was 463 million. It is expected to increase in 2030 to 578 million, and in 2045 to 700 million. So you see that it's increasing at an alarming rate. Now, I will not go into details of diabetes, but there are 4 types of diabetes, and diabetes, non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus or type 2-1 is the most prevalent. 90% of diabetics suffer from this, and there are many reasons. In fact, this is a lifestyle disease, and there are many predisposing factors leading to diabetes: acquired and environmental factors, infection, genetic factors, acute stress, changes in lifestyle, obesity, malnutrition, physical inactivity, drug hormones, metabolic endocrine disturbances. So there are many reasons. There are many reasons for diabetes, but nowadays, because of stress is, I would say that the main cause, and faulty dietary habits. These 2 things have led to increase in incidence of diabetes. Then how it can be controlled by diet, drugs, exercise, and education. Now let's come to millets. A lot of research has already been done to unfold the potential of millets. They possess nutraceutical properties, and millet incorporated foods act as functional foods. Functional foods and nutraceutical terms are being used interchangeably, but functional food term is more specified as compared to nutraceuticals. And if you search at the literature, you will see that this functional food definition has been refined, and now the most important thing is that it should have some clinical trial or some evidence to show that it is a functional food. Otherwise, we know the potential of millets, but like when we want to certify that it is a functional food, then some clinically proven study should have been done. And bioactive components in millets. This has already been spoken by previous speakers, like it contains high amount of resistant starch, dietary fiber, soluble and insoluble. Earlier studies showed that soluble dietary fiber is more responsible for lowering blood glucose level, but now studies have shown that insoluble dietary fiber also has effect on glycemic index, then minerals, vitamins, antioxidants, and because of all these bioactive components, it possesses therapeutic properties. Millets have anti-proliferative, anti-inflammatory properties due to presence of non-starch polysaccharides, for example, arabinoxylan, and along with that flavonoids, phenolic acids, and some polyphenols which have been identified which have these properties are gallic acid, tannic acid, ferulic acid, caffeic acid, coumaриc acid, and all these they play a role in delaying the absorption of glucose. So there are many advantages in consumption of millets. Studies have already showed that increases leptin. Leptin is a hormone produced in small intestine and which inhibits hunger. So also decreases fat deposition. Then millets consumption decreases insulin resistance. It also decreases inflammation. Now when we talk millets, then glycemic index is shows how much increase in blood sugar level is there when a particular food is taken. And we all know it's a classification, like when glycemic index is above 70, we call high GI. When it is between 56 to 69, we say medium, and below 55, it's low GI. This is how it is calculated. I will not go into this. And so many foods, when we look at the literature, lots of foods have been classified on basis of glycemic index. And what are the advantages of glycemic index? It is not just the lowering of blood glucose level, other disadvantages by which it helps in diabetes, decreases insulin resistance, decreases beta cell dysfunction, decreases hyperinsulinemia, decreases inflammation, decreases endothelial dysfunction and pro-thrombotic factors. It also reduces glycemia, dyslipidemia, hypertension. Low GI foods also increase satiety and decrease hunger. Now, I would like to emphasize that when we talk of millets, then because of these bioactive components, these are helpful not only in diabetes, but also in heart disease, in obesity, in cancer, and all these degenerative diseases are interrelated. Those who are prone to diabetes or who suffer from diabetes, they also develop heart disease and more prone to have other health problems. So we formulated many food products, and many of our PhD students have done this. In some food products, GI was assessed, and in some food products, for some food products, clinical trials were done under registered medical physicians. But the trials, most of the work has been done by PhD students or under some projects. So like clinical trials were there, say, maximum for 2 months, not beyond that. So khichdi, finger millet khichdi has GI of 25.33, which is quite low. Finger millet laddu, low GI. Then bati. Bati is a product which is very much popular in eastern UP. So finger millet bati, low GI. Then buns, bread, finger millet bread, and also foxtail millet breads all have been formulated, and they show low GI. In fact, when we talk of such baked products are made up of maida, refined wheat flour, and really that becomes a junk food. And white bread we use as a substitute of glucose when we do experiments with diabetics many at times. So, such junk foods can be converted to functional foods, very healthy foods, when we use millets in those products. And those who have done research on millets, they know that means 100% substitution of refined wheat flour means it's many times, most of the time I would say, is not possible because millets lack gluten. So even if you add gluten from outside source, even then means refined wheat flour can be replaced partly. Then next, pizza base. Pizza base made using barnyard millet and also finger millet. We found this having excellent sensory quality, but there is need to bring it into the market to popularize it. Then khichdi also, barnyard millet khichdi, laddu using barnyard millet bati. Then some other researchers have done work on dosa, khichdi, and noodles. Again, foxtail millet bread also has low GI, 49.53. Foxtail millet barfi. In this, we use sugar, but sugar has GI of 65. And if you use a small, eat a small piece of barfi, say around 12-13 grams, and it contains little amount of sugar. And like American Diabetes Association or other associations, they recommend some amount of 1-2 teaspoons of sugar for diabetics also, because then if sugar is totally prohibited for diabetics, then it puts psychological burden. And many a times when situation causes hypoglycemia, then also the person is required to take some like toffees or something so that the sugar level increases. So barfi, biscuits, these are also sweet biscuits. Then other researchers have formulated these uttapam, chila, rice flakes, etc. And these are some of the food products: finger millet buns, foxtail millet buns, and then barnyard khichdi and rehydrated instant barnyard pulao. We have filed patents also for many of our products. These are laddu, bread, noodles. This is again bread, biscuits, pizza, and that's all. Thank you. Voice not able to hear. It's not. You are not audible. Not audible.
Is it audible now?
Yeah, it is audible.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Dr. Savita Srivastava, for giving an excellent talk on the diabetes. And you have covered the various types of diabetes and various aspects of diabetes and how the millet is beneficial, then the mechanism of action of millets in preventing the diabetes and importance of low GI foods. And after understanding the importance of GI foods, you have also put effort in developing millet-based food formulations, so like khichdi, bread, bun, and also carried out human trials and made sure that it is low glycemic. So that is a guarantee that consumers can take those items safely. Additionally, you have also worked on the incorporation of millets in conventional foods to improve the health effects. So altogether, it was an exciting and technically rewarding talk. So we are all happy to hear this talk, and thank you once again for your talk. Thank you.
So to continue with the series, our next speaker is Shri B.V. Satyendra Rao. He is a chief scientist, CSIR CFTRI, and he has worked extensively on designing of milling machineries for processing grains. And currently, he is heading the Department of Technology Transfer and Business Development. So over to you, sir. We look ahead for your lecture.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity provided. I'll just take you through CFTRI's journey in processing of millets, especially in the milling aspects. I'll be talking about the millet processing challenges and machinery. In all probability, I'll be limiting myself to the milling aspects only. Though the title suggests processing, I limit to milling aspects only. I think these are basics that you already know. There are Okay. No. Okay. Okay, millets are nutri-cereals. I don't want to delve into details of this. So straight away we go into the processing aspects. There are essentially different stages of processing. The first step of processing is the preparatory processing. I think this is where there is a lot of things that need to be done if further processing has to be properly done. Okay, preparatory processing is harvesting of millets, and we all know that it is mostly traditional. What they do is just trample it and winnow it, and so there are a lot of refractions. One, refractions by grains themselves, because whatever comes through the panicles, and then there are many things that are getting added to the feed material, the food material, which could be mud particles, stones, and other grains. Sorry for the mistake there, and a lot of obnoxious material getting into it. At times, we have seen that in case of millets, the amount of admixtures could be more than 10%. At times, we have seen even 14, 15% of admixtures in the millets. And there is no separate drying step followed. So it's an integrated preparatory processing, which includes and winnowing, threshing mostly by trampling, and then winnowing and then drying as a part of this preparatory process. And that could be a major role that would definitely play a negative major role in further processing as well. So primary processing is, converting the material, the grains, clean, sort, and remove the inedible fractions. Secondary is value add. Essentially, depending on the kind of millets, we have the traditional process of dehusking and milling, where you actually get the polished millet called bhagar. And then it is also converted into semolina and flour, which finally lands up as porridge, mudde, roti. Essentially, it is a grinding step. Then malting is also followed, but not in all grains. Not all grains are amenable for high-end malting. Fermentation is done. Popping is also done as a traditional method. The traditional milling is essentially small scale and limited to dry milling. I mean, the dried grains, so produced after the preparatory stage, is milled. So the equipment used is either a metal plate mill, where there are two plates between which the grain is passed to grind it, or there could be two abrasive discs between which again the grain is fed, and then you convert them into flour or semolina, with or without sieving. So essentially all the products you get, and then they are used for the products. CFTRI came out with an improved version of these dry milling, which involved incipient moistening of the grain, and then using the same kind of mills. And then we actually added a water tank and then a mixer just to add water, and then a relatively bigger hopper to store it for about 15-20 minutes. So wherein the incipienting moistening takes place, and then do a grinding in a chakki. And then you use a set of sieves and an aspiration to get improved products. So you have the products, like say semolina and flour, having lesser fiber content, and in fact virtually no husk in those products. This actually gave the first stage of refining of these grains. So many of these grains need a little bit of refining if you want to have two things: one, shelf life; second one, acceptability, because it is generally consumed by those who eat it on a regular basis. If the market for millets have to be expanded, then the people who are not hitherto using should also start accepting it. The real challenge is, how do we make these products acceptable to the next generation and children? That's when the market can stay. Otherwise, we can talk a lot, but until and unless the next generation starts using it, there is no real big future for these grains. So if it's not done, actually, the milling is not done straight away. And in case of ragi and other grains, and most of the grains do need cleaning, the method that is followed is destoner. In fact, the machine destoner was also developed at CFTRI, not necessarily basically for millets, but ragi was one of the major concerns, where removing the stones was very difficult. We actually came out with the pressure type destoner, and this is the most popular machine one can see in places where millet is processed. And this is now used for all the grains, including all the millets. And there is a limitation or a cap on the capacity of the pressure type destoners. Generally, they are not manufactured beyond 1 ton capacity because the air distribution, uniform air distribution on the vibrating deck is very difficult. Therefore, when the capacities are higher, then vacuum type destoners are used. In case of Ragi, it is a 3-in-1 machine. If you go and ask Ragi machine, they will actually give a cleaning machine with a size grader, aspirator, and destoner. Only destoner generally fails to deliver. So a combination of size grading, aspiration, and destoner is the machine that works for all the millets, including Ragi. When we say processing, it means different things to different grains. Say, for example, if you're looking at processing of Ragi, as Dr. Usha said, removing of the husk is pretty difficult. In fact, it's got a fused husk. But if you have other grains like, say, kodo, barnyard, little, etc., where the husk has to be removed because the husk is inedible. So depending on the kind of grain and depending on its structure, shape, and composition and the intended use, you actually need to process the grains differently, mill the grains differently, and that is what we need to do. And again, whenever we are milling, the most important things that one should consider, and especially when you're designing a machine, then the most important consideration are the size of the grains, the shape of the grains actually defined as the sphericity index, and then the weight, generally known as the 100 kernel weight, 1000 kernel weight, the density, aerodynamic properties, and the frictional properties. The size is defined as length, breadth, and thickness, and there's a huge variation when it comes to millets in their length, breadth, and thickness, and it could at times vary as much as 30 to 40% on each of these parameters. So there is variation within the panicle, there is variation between panicles, there is a variation between cultivars, and what material comes into the mill is a mixture of all these with all the admixtures. So it actually is a serious challenge for any miller to deal with all these variations together. And to add to this problem, these parameters are variable with respect to moisture content. If the moisture contents vary, all these things vary, and you have actually no control on the drying because drying is incidental, because you're only cleaning and incidentally drying also happens. And when you're procuring material or receiving it for milling, there is no check made even on the moisture level of the grain. So therefore, it is a very complex problem of milling, and the shape, size, density, all these actually pose serious difficulties to a miller. And just let's see, even before small scale milling was done, there was large scale milling practiced in the country. And these large scale mills are concentrated in a cluster in Maharashtra around Nasik. And there were about 30 such units with about 0.5 TPH or 500 kg to 1 ton capacity. And small millets from all over the country were pooled there, and then they milled it there to get bhaga. In fact, when we went there, we actually saw that the yield was low, brokens were very high, and then CFTRI intervened. And then let's see what kind of mill flow that they had. They actually started with millets. Most of these were small millets, more like foxtail and little. So they had a coat of husk, which had to be removed and then polished to get the bhaga. So a millet is cleaned. In any of these millets, there are no specific machinery developed for these grains. So these are actually borrowed from other grains. So depending on the structure of the grain and the size, so machines are borrowed from the processing machines that are used for other grains. So cleaners were used, and then dehusking was done to separate out the husk. And then since there is no way of doing 100% dehusking, you would land up with a mixture of husk grain and unhusked grain, even after removing the husk. And then these have to be separated. And then there was a machine used for separation to remove the unhulled, which would go back for dehusking. And dehusked material would go to whitening or polishing to remove the bran. And then the resultant material was graded to remove the brokens to get the final bhagar, which is relatively bigger and whole in size. And then the machinery used is essentially there was a cleaner, and then said the most important unit operation is the dehusking part. The equipment used was a perler, which actually had an abrasive coating, and this material was passed through these the huller, which means, the rotor, abrasive coated rotor rotating in a wire mesh sieve where the dehusking would be done. And this needed about 6 to 8 stages in series. That means that there were 6 to 8 purlers, one after the other. The material that is given as an input to one machine would come out with partial dehusking, and that would be the input for the next one, and so on. So there were 6 to 8 stages before about 85% of dehusking is done. And then this was the there you would, at the end of the 6th level, you have a mixture of husk and husk and the grain and the pearl and the dehusked grain, and which would be subjected to a husk aspirator wherein the husk is removed, and then it was put into a compartment type separator. In the compartments type separator, you would separate out the husked and the unhusked grains. So the ideal setting would be in the unhusked portion, there could be husked material, and in the material which is going for polishing, there should not be any grain which is not husked. So for that, you would make a setting, and there'll be a lot of material which would actually go back for dehusking. And this material, which is not just the whole grain, but also already dehusked material, which would go for dehusking and about 3-4 stages again, and most of it would again get broken. And then the output of this machine, which is the dehusked grain, would go for polishing again in the same set of purlers, again in 6 to 8 stages to remove about 6 to 8% of bran. And then you would get the mixture of again the whole grains and the brokens, which was put through a plant sifter to separate out large brokens, small brokens, and the head grain. And this is the flow chart that it was being used. And this was the standard of all the mills. I'm not talking of one mill. I'm talking of a cluster which was using this kind of milling for many decades. It was not just 1 day, 2 day, and this kind of milling was practiced for 50 years. And this is the practicing, this is the method that was followed. Dehusking abrasive purlers, as I told, in 6 stages, has separation, and then final separation for unhulled and hulled. Hulled would go for polishing, unhulled would go back for dehusking. And then, total milling stages would vary between 12 stages to 16 stages of abrasion. So this is the kind of the method that was followed, which had an installed capacity of 60 kilowatts for a capacity of input of 1 ton per hour. And when we looked at the outcome or the output of these units, in fact, we actually had selected one mill where we did the study. The overall yield of broken plus head rise was about 68-67%, which is very close to theory. But the head rise yield is so low. It is 41 to 42%. You are starting with 100 kg of millets. The whole millet, that is the product, real product, is only 40-42%. Most of it is broken, and even husk and bran are not pure, because during polishing, while polishing, they add paddy husk so that the bran will not clog the sieves, and therefore the bran is also impure. Husk is relatively okay, but it is actually powdered and pulverized. The specific energy consumption, what we saw, was pretty high, and then CFTRI intervened, and then we suggested certain things. This work was done in the early 90s. So what results and suggestions that CFTRI gave in the early 90s is the state of the art for millet mills today. So it took a lot of time for the millet mills to digest and absorb this technology. But today, this is what they are using. And, I'm also be talking about what could be done next. But the suggestions that was provided by CFTRI then was, we suggested them to use a closed circuit aspirator for cleaning and use magnets, because until and unless you have a good cleaning system, garbage in is garbage out. And if you don't take sufficient care during cleaning, that would always result in very poor products. And then nowhere magnets are used. And, you could always have, as I said, when you're doing trampling and winnowing, most of these, material can get into the grains, and this can actually damage the machines. So then we suggested that don't go, as they were using about 6 to 8 stages of dehusking using abrasive cone, we suggested please don't use it, but use another huller, which is the impact huller or the centrifugal sheller for de-husking. And then we developed a standalone impact de-huller with an aspiration system. And we took this machine and installed it in the plant where we actually did the initial studies. And then when we did that, the study indicated that for the same capacity, the impact de-hullers needed only 5 HP and 2 passes, whereas the machinery that were used then were using about 40 HP and 6 to 8 stages. And this was the major change that CFTRA could do to the processing and milling of millets in the early 90s. And this was the machine that was developed by CFTRA for the millets. And this kind of a machine was carried to, it was designed, developed at CFTRA, and the machine was carried to the Nasik plant and installed for evaluating the performance. And the yield of polished grain increased by 3 to 5% points. So this is apart from the energy that is saved. This was the increase in the yield that we were able to get to the mill. And in fact, as I said, this is the kind of thing, but not the aspirator of that kind. But most of the millers have now switched over from multi-stage abrasive de-husking to impact type of de-huller, and that has made a great impact on the way the grains are milled today, millets are milled today. And CFTRA contribution, if I can sum up in that area, was the requirement of 40 HP was reduced to 5 HP, which is a colossal 87.5% reduction in the power required, which actually saved 50% space. When I say that, they could not afford to have 16 purlers. What they were doing was there were 6 purlers, and again, after de-husking, the same mill, the same machines were used for polishing. So essentially, when they added centrifugal sheller, the same set of the polishers, it was not even required to have 6 polishers. With 4 polishers, they could get the same capacity. So there was effectively about 50% saving the space, which increased milling outturn and also the yield of the grains. So this is what even today the industry is following. Not that industry, the whole of millet processing industry is kind of using this kind of process. What we suggested, and I'm just throwing some light, we suggested a closed circuit aspirator to be used. And again, this is not a machine that is exclusively made for millets, but this can be borrowed from the grain process for other grains like say paddy, and it will have an aspiration at the inlet, aspiration at the outlet, and the set of sieves to remove bigger, smaller, and the same size of impurities. And then it would go through a cleaner and essentially a magnet before you remove all these tramples, and then remove all the materials like say iron or iron-based kind of things, so that the machine's life can be increased. This becomes very important because almost becomes a must, because you're not using just abrasive dehullers, but you're using an impact dehuller. And if you have a nail which is thrown at a very high speed, it actually can damage the machine. Not just that, it can actually damage the operator. So using magnetic separator is very critical for the functioning and also the well-being of the operator and also the end product that we finally want to get. And this is what we suggested then. And this is the centrifugal sheller. It's got impeller which is rotating at high speed in a space which is having an internal rubber ring. And when the grains are fed into this at the center, because of the centrifugal force, grains are thrown against that rubber ring, and because of the impact, de-husking takes place. And again, the husk content on the multi-layered husk in many of the grains actually pose a lot of issues, because many a times you would have to pass it twice or thrice, and you'll have to change the speed at which you spin the disc. So these are some things that one need to be very careful, because there is no one setting for all the millets. There is no one setting for the same millet, because moisture plays a very major role. So until and unless you have a kind of a standard at inlet, setting the machineries blindly will not be useful. So then we worked on, this was the first stage of improvement that CFTRI provided. And then we looked further whether there could be a further improvement in the de-husking. And then actually when you come to the milling of rice, impact shellers are no more used. So impact shellers were used maybe 2-3 decades back for parboiled paddy, but now it is not used. Since we are not generally using millets in parboiled form, so it may not be even ideal for us to be using impact dealers. So we thought whether the state of the art in rice mills where they use rubber rolls could be the next choice for us for millets. So when we studied that, we came to know that you cannot use the rubber roll machines that are used in rice mills as is, because the length and breadth of the rice is paddy is very different from the shape and size of the millets. So the kind of differential that one uses in paddy, which is about 800 to 1000 RPM, it's about 25% differential, cannot be used for millets for the same kind of output and efficiency. So we did work on the rubber rolls. We actually changed the speed and the differential, and then we have actually kind of standardized on what should be the differential that could be used for this. So this is the change in the design and construction that we have worked. In fact, not just us, many of the foreign universities also have worked on this, but there are also issues. So this is the kind of rubber roll sheller that is generally used. It's got a pair of rubber rolls which are rotating in opposite direction with a differential with some kind of a compression force between. What I've shown is a spring, but today no mechanical springs are used, but there could be pneumatic, hydraulic kind of force that is applied between. And there is also a juxtaposition of the rolls which are not in one plane, but it actually at an angle so that it can actually nip the grain better. And for the same speed, it actually can give you more capacity. And this is again the functioning. So there are a lot of things that one needs to adjust, like say to get the kind of shelling rate, that means the percent and the efficiency. There are a lot of things that one could adjust: the roll gap adjustment, the inter-roll pressure, the speed and feed. And there are no real studies, big studies made on this. But most of the millers, if they are using rubber roll shellers, would play around on their own and then get to a level where it is kind of okay for them. And even here, the husk content multi-layer poses serious problems. Apart from the things that I've told, the other major issue that on the ground when one uses rubber roll sheller is that the grains are very small. So since the grains are very small, there could be roll-to-roll contact. When these two rollers rotating at high speeds come into contact, they wear out very fast, and that could be very, very difficult for the pocket, because when rubber rolls do not give the right kind of capacities and they wear out without de-hulling, it actually wears your pocket and money. So that is why its rubber roll shellers are not really adopted as it is adopted in the case of rice milling. So there could be some amount of work that needs to be done to increase the roll life and also take care of the safety aspects of retaining the rubber without much wear and tear. In fact, using the same kind of rubber rolls, we developed a versatile tiny millet mill, which actually can give a capacity of about 10 to 20 kgs. And with 1 HP single phase, what one gets in the household, one could use this mill to get decorticated millets. The most important thing that actually worries everyone who does millet milling, especially small scale millet milling, is the separation aspect. I said no machine, whether you pass 2 times, 3 times, 6 times, 8 times, de-husking is never 100%. So you actually land up with getting a mixture of hulled and unhulled grains. And if you use this for polishing, then the amount of pressure that one needs to put on the unhusked material is very high, and therefore the husked material gets broken. As such, the yield of millets is very low, and if you indulge in doing this, then you actually will lose more on the yield. So the focus is on separating the husked and unhusked millets. And the problem is there are a lot of varietal change, the mixture of varieties and the composition of mixture. And I mean composition of the mixture, depending on the kind of setting you have on the husker, you would get maybe 70% of husk, 30%, 80, 20, 80, 20, whatever. So depending on the mixture and the varying composition of the mixture, you need to be actually adjusting this machine time and again. And moisture could actually play a major havoc when setting the machine. Though you have a lot of machine parameters that could be set on the machine, like say feed, speed, stroke, and inclination, it's very difficult to set the machine. I say it needs actually frequent adjustment of machine parameters for optimal performances. In case of small millets, adjusting is very difficult, and I say it's almost impossible. And we have also worked on this kind of machine, and in fact made a small version of this machine, and where we did not taste success. And, this is the same kind of a machine that is used in Nasik for larger capacities, but it works well when the variation in physical properties are better. What do I mean by this? When the variation is more, means then when you have a mixture of annulled grains in the polished grains, the difference in the density or the refractiveness or the size or the coefficient of restitution is more between the polished grain and the grain which has husk. But when you are trying to separate out in the brown form, that is only the husk and the unhusk, these differences are very, very minor, and setting this machine is next to impossible. But we still need to find a way to sort out this major problem that troubles all the rice millers. Otherwise, people do about 65, 70% or 85% of the separation, go for a manual final separation before actually offload that material. But the next step in this separation is the specific gravity separator, and we are working on the development of a small specific gravity separator, which probably I think would take care of these variations, because it gives us more opportunity, more adjustments possible to bring out the separation, even with very minor variations in the physical properties. There could be an end to milling at this point in time if one wishes to supply or use only dehulled grains. But as Dr. Usha said, just using dehusked grains is also not acceptable, because it will not cook well, and it's probably also not good because the nutrition available on the Nutri cereal will not be available because of the anti-nutritional elements that are available on the grain. So a little bit of polishing looks like a must, as in the case of rice. So even in case of rice, it's not fully successful if you ask somebody to eat only dehusked rice or the brown rice, because it does not cook well. In fact, the shape, size, color, and it actually bursts at the center and all. So you would not like to prefer to eat that kind of rice. So is the case with only dehusked millets. So therefore, you need to do polishing. You need to decide to what extent you need to polish. But there are several polishers available, and the polisher that are generally used are the cone polishers or the pearlers. And then there are a lot of other kinds of polishers available in the market. But I think there is no great study done on the efficacy or the effectiveness of these polishers versus the quality of millets that one needs to get. So that's another thing. If you just look at the polishing that is used in the rice industry, because white is what sells and silk and smoothie is what sells. So in case of rice, people have resorted to a water mist milling, which is also called the silky rice polisher. In fact, there are 2-3 such stages of silky rice polishing. I don't know whether if market demands, one may have to even explore using such kind of mills just for the whiteness of it, forget about nutrition. And then finally, when you do these kind of milling, plant sifter or the trial cylinder, mostly plant sifter should be okay for this. And then this would separate out the small from the bigger grains to get the head rice. And color sorting is also probably because market demands uniform color grains. And we also know that most of the big players have already resorted to using color sorters to remove discolored grains from the lot. So it actually compares the millet with respect to a standard set. And if there is a deviation, which actually actuates a jet of air which blows out the discolored grain from the millet stream. But here again, the size of the jet is very, very critical, because it is good for bigger grains like, say, peanut and rice. But since the grain is so small, and if there is a jet, in order to remove one bad grain, you may throw 5 good grains. So you may have to recycle that also. So there are issues even here, most because of the size, shape, and color of the materials. And then again, color is another issue which I have not talked in detail. So when I come to milling, the other issues that we are really seriously worried about in the market is looking at is the degree of milling and the market requirement. We definitely don't know what is the requirement, because we are all small players, especially if we are looking at the export market. Then also we need to look at the market requirement, whether one is interested in the brown millet, that is just DS millet, or the semi-polished millet, or the fully polished millet, or the silky polished millet. So we actually look at the market requirement and work backwards to set the degree of milling. So if you're looking at seriously the cereal and the nutrient retention, then degree of milling becomes very critical. And then if you could retain germ, Again, that, and if you are retain all the nutrition, then is the question of the shelf life, whether doing, you are holding the grain in the de-hulled form, polished form, whether you're storing it in unit packs or bulk packs, will decide as to how you go forward. Whether you're using the whole grains or the grits, whether it is in the semolina form or the flour form, raw versus parboiled grains, all these things again make subtle changes to be made in the milling. And as I said, in the case of milling that was done in Nasik, the byproducts were not pure. But until and unless you get the byproducts in the pure form, the sustainability of the milling industry will not be good. So you may have to also have an eye on better utilization of byproducts. This is a general thing, but we have also worked on roller milling of the millets with or without de-husking. This can be done when you're not looking at the whole pearl grains, and if you're not, that's not the intention. Then you can actually use the grains or the grain products like say for semolina or flour for improved shelf life, and it can provide uniform granularity which no other machine can give you. It's ideally suited for the products so you get are ideally suited for product development, and this milling method is also suitable for both raw and parboiled millet. Earlier, the studies in the 60s and 70s actually has written off roller milling as a possible option for millets, but work at CFTRI has shown that this can actually make a great change in the way we process and consume millets. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Satyendra, for technically studied, exciting talk, which has really benefited to the audience who are there in the field of technological aspects. So actually, it's a challenging, like in the title, it's a challenging thing that handling this small grain is a really challenging. So in that he has gone through the CFTRI journey in the milling of the small millets. So wherein that CFTRI has contributed with respect to the mini grain mill development with respect to husk-free flour. So later our interventions with respect to the improvement of the large-scale milling in Nasik, and also he has gone through the various machineries with respect to the cleaning as well as grading and also dehusking and separation, then polisher, then also color sorter, and also the some of the equipments which we have developed at small scale, like versatile tiny millet mill. So like that, it is a really a technically sound talk for the technologists. So thank you once again.
Okay, so in continuation of this webinar, our next speaker is Dr. Hemlata S. And she's professor and head Department of Food Processing and Technology, UAS Dharwad. She has done her bachelor's in home science, master's and PhD in food science and nutrition. And she has joined as assistant professor in UAS Dharwad in the year 1997. She has 24 years of experience in teaching and research, and her main focus is on value addition of millets and micronutrient bioavailability. So over to you, ma'am. We look ahead to hear from you.
Yeah.
I hope you are there. Okay. Okay, ma'am. You can carry on, ma'am.
Sharing. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I thank FTRI for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. And this is a marathon, a series of lectures, and then I not take time and then just share thoughts. Okay. Then all know that all you have kept on talking about the millets, the value millets are the usage of millets.
Hello, ma'am. I want to tell you, ma'am, please share your slides. We can't see your slides, ma'am.
I can see. I've shared it. Can you see?
No, we can't, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, can you reshare?
you see?
No, ma'am.
Yes, it is sharing. It's sharing a window. What it is. Is it okay?
No, ma'am, we can't see your slides, ma'am. Can you reshare it again, ma'am?
Shankar? Harshit? No. Is it okay? Hello? Hello?
Then just
okay?
reshare again.
Yeah, reshared. It's not visible?
No, it's not visible.
Can you please close the presentation once and then reopen, put it to full screen and then share the screen again? Yeah, or you can just send it to us, madam. We will share it from here and you can just start presenting. You can control your slides.
I think I'll can you tell me the email ID? Raman? Can you tell me email?
Yeah, you can send it to msr dot manohar manohar at gmail.com.
MAN?
manohar gmail.com. I'll present it from here. You can close the presentation.
Okay, ma'am. In the meantime, we will start with the next presentation. And once your mail comes.
Just finish. I have a class.
Okay, we are waiting then.
Hello. Yeah, sir. Did you get? The presentation. Did you get? I sent the presentation. My sign, did you get it? Can you see now? I've sent it also. Are you able to view it?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for some technical issues. I'll just share my thoughts. Thanks, CFI, for giving me the opportunity. And I'll just share some thoughts on traditional processing methods and what we have carried out in what we are doing in our university. We all know that the ancient grapes and then the small seeded and has been mentioned even in Bronze Age period, that is 4500 BC. I just want to say is that it is this grape been existing since so many years. The usage of that is dwindling. Then these what I've already talked about the different grapes that are there, and then process of decline and then some aspects were started. And we all know that there are so many aspects that this millet being used to a large extent, although being grown traditionally and then since ages it has been there. Then with the changing food habits, the budgeting is involved in the post harvest processing because of the developmental activities, agriculture land is dwindling. Then we all know that in the public distribution system, the wheat and rice that is being used, and then of the technology that just now referred to Surendra sir regarding the milling aspects, so which are all of the cause for decline in the usage of millets. So now everybody is talking about reviving these large grains. We all know that the population is increasing, and 70% more food has to provided. And then we also know about the climate change, which is bringing about a lot of changes in the system. And then it is affecting our nutritional security also. The food availability, accessibility, utilization, stability are all being affected because of climate change. And then we know that these millets are climate resilient. It means it can withstand the harsh conditions in the climate, and that's how I think these grains been sustaining so many years. And then they are drought resistant. And then the advantage is that it is climate resilient. It is sharp reduction of monsoon, and then it can withstand any amount of harsh climate. So that's the reason why we need to remove these grains, and they are not good for you from nutritional point of view, because you heard that from the previous years that millets are having so many health benefits, and it is good for the farmer because the produce what grows get better price, and it's good for the planet also. These reasons need to revive the methods. And then, so what should be done? So that is the next question. So coming from agriculture university, so the better building ones, the is one of the requirements, and then the availability of the seed farmers for that the seeds are high should available, and then the management of these crops, because although we know that these crops do not need much of the management aspect, but still.
Excuse me, ma'am, your slides are not moving and audio is also not very clear.
Yeah, now slides are moving.
No, slide. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, still it is same, ma'am.
What slide are you able to see? I'm sorry.
Slides are not moving, ma'am.
What slide are you seeing?
We are seeing the first slide in which we have the picture of the university, I guess, and yeah, that's
So
it.
I moved to the 7th slide actually.
No, no, ma'am. Slides are not at all moving. We are seeing the first slide in which university is there. That's it. And that's also is not in the full screen. Ma'am, if you can make it in the full screen, it will be more visible. Okay, ma'am, we will take it. We are going to start with the next one, and this we will continue later. Okay, so the next speaker is Dr. M.L. Sudha.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Fortificant mixes, ready mixes, bakery traditional and extruded product development, health and nutritious products, and she's involved in teaching and training to.
Thank you, Dr. Shruti. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to speak on potential for the bakery products, millets in bakery products. Am I audible?
Audible, yeah.
Okay, I'm just sharing the slides.
You can share the slides.
Yeah. Is it seen?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are looking into the millets and processing and the health benefits. From morning we have heard a lot on the health benefits and all. So I'm just concentrating on the technology aspects in baking, and we are looking like how. Okay, so in baking technology, we are looking for R&D in bakery products, traditional products, and extruded products. We have extended the same millets in different products. So one among the processing industry is the baking industry, where we have organized and unorganized and small scale industry. This is just the brief, but I don't want to touch too much because it is quite late and this is known for everybody. So as we look into the baking, it is a method of preparing foods, and it is very oldest cooking method, and typical kind of an oven or hot ashes, ancient old kind of ovens could be used, but now we have a lot of variety of ovens for baking of variety products. Now if you look into the industry in India, we are the third largest producers of biscuits, and 80% of the bakery products are consumed and mainly concentrating in several states like Maharashtra, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, and Uttar Pradesh. So here we are looking like how is the distribution channel of the bakery products. We can see like it is mainly consumed through convenience stores, could be some supermarkets or some other sources. The consumption of the bakery products are being done. So there are so many bakery products, and one is the bread industry, huge one, and there are large huge number of varieties. Now somebody said like white bread is not good for health, of course, but then we can see like 75% of the bread is the white bread which is being produced, and people are consuming it. And apart from that, nutritious products like bread products like brown bread or other products of bread are also being consumed. But when we look into the biscuit, you can see the shelf in the industry or in a supermarket being covered with variety of biscuits, and we are having a main distributor or main producing for the biscuits like Parle, Britannia, and ITC, which have captured the major market to a greater extent. Now this is like how is the profit ratio or the bakery production looking into it. So cakes are the most representing the largest portion, and then the cookies production is having a maximum of 89%. Now how is the bakery product consumption? Why we are talking about this is like we can introduce millets, and because of the consumption of the bakery product, there is a scope for the utilization of millets, which is highly nutritious, which have been having a lot of potential. So the daily consumption of the bakery products, we can see 34%, then weekly is 30%. That means like day to day basis, the bakery product consumption is going on. And why is that bakery products, or what is being behind the bakery product, is the wheat flour. Wheat flour has its own uniqueness because of the gluten which is present in the flour, and that is because of the gliadin and glutenin when it is mixed with the water, giving you this kind of viscoelastic properties. And that's how we are able to make a huge number of products because of the viscoelastic nature. We are able to categorize them under yeast leavened, chemically leavened, air leavened, or partially leavened. So all these products are basically produced from the wheat flour. Now these are having a potential. Why? Because it is ready to eat, convenience, very cheapest source of processed food, and then we are able to reach nook and corner of the place. So that is how, because of the high shelf life of the biscuits, the growth rate is also increasing to a larger extent. So there is a huge potential for the bakery products. Okay, let's see, like the traditionally we are having bakery products wherein we have large number of carbohydrates, fats, proteins, and fiber. But then, as I said, like these products or these composition will not be much beneficial to the human system. So the newer alternatives are looking into it. We have alternative sweeteners or some other kind of sources which will be naturally improving the nutritional parameters of the product. So there is a need for the fortification of the product, but then there is a challenge. This is a challenge. Why? Fortification could be through phenolic compounds, could be anthocyanins, could be other cereals, or could be other carotenoids. And this is going to influence the dough rheology or the nutritional benefits, or directly it is going to have an influence on the sensory attributes. So we have to look into all the aspects before we formulate the product. So it is always a challenge, like how we are going to fortify the product. Now, this is the trade which we are seeing now. Morning, we have heard about it. Like the millet trade is increasing day to day because of high in nutritional profile, rich profile of the millets in the market. So we want to see like how it could be also helpful in the bakery products. Now, this has already been covered, where all it could be helpful, could be for the diabetes, could be for the hypertension, could be for the cardiovascular diseases, and moreover, people who are suffering from celiac diseases also will be beneficial. So since it is celiac diseases, we call it as a gluten-free product. Now, coming into the products which have been developed in CFTRI in the baking technology and already been commercialized to various industries or various entrepreneurs, we have the bread which is being consumed largely, as I said, major sector on the daily basis. So we have the composite bread, as was earlier talked by some of the speaker, like 100% replacement of the wheat flour is very difficult. So there is a chance of replacing wheat flour to a certain extent, and therefore we are able to make a good quality bread similar with the sensory attributes similar to the normal white bread. So this is rich in mineral content, rich in dietary fiber, and also has a typical flavor of ragi or bajra. Now, this technology has been identified as a free technology, and many entrepreneurs have taken this as a free technology. Apart from this, we have the composite ragi rusk, which is again, we say like composite means we are having a partial replacement, say around 30% of the flour has been replaced with the ragi flour. Now, rusk is one item which has been liked by all children, and more compared to bread, it is having a longer shelf life, and it adds on to the nutrition. And as I said, it is rich in calcium and dietary fiber. Next is a product which is cookies, which has been developed here. Now, cookies are actually mouth melting and crunchy. So when we talk about yeast leaven product like bread and rusk, it is difficult to and it is challenging to replace and handle the dough. But when it comes to cookies, we can usually go cookies or muffins or any cake. It is easy to extend or replace the wheat flour to a greater extent. So again, these products are very rich in calcium or minerals or essential minerals, and also rich in phytochemicals and also rich in dietary fiber. There was an attempt here in the department and by a team wherein they usually looked into the foxtail millet, and different enzymes have been used for preparing the bread. You can see the different enzymes. The picture shows the enzymic activity on the quality of the bread. So whenever a product has to be developed, it looked into the product quality, the nutritional profile, and also the sensory attributes of the product. So this has to be looked into it, and the different enzymes like glucose oxidase or xylanase or protease were at different levels were looked into it. So foxtail millet has been developed. It is 100% gluten free, and there is a possibility of making. We can see there is the picture of the bread shows it is quite similar to the white bread, and it is not having wheat flour at all. So this is having a good taste, aroma, and overall quality has been approved. Now, when we talk about the biscuits, it is a short dough biscuit which need to be processed in a mechanized way. So when it is to be mechanized, the dough properties has to be looked into very important. Now, when it is dough properties, as I said, the viscoelastic properties of the dough will be lost. So in case of the ragi biscuits, we have developed and we have commercialized the ragi biscuits. So this is a huge industry. As I said, the biscuits is India is the third or second largest producer. So we can usually replace the wheat flour to an extent, and we can see the profile of the nutritional profile of the product, that it can be having a better profile than the normal product. So this is having a typical pinkish flavor, a pinkish color because of the addition of the ragi. So since this is a biscuit, we can say it is an all-time snack, easy to carry during travel, and more nutritious than the normal biscuit. So we have have a commercial technology which can be easily commercialized, and we have done that. So it is a mechanized way of producing ragi biscuits. So these are the different. Why I say is whenever we are replacing, we need to see that the things could be mechanized easily. So different machineries could be used for using the biscuits or cookies. We can have the wire cut cookies or an extruder cookies or a rotary molder for using on the processing of the biscuit industry. So we say that cake is also very product which is very familiar and be liked by all children, but then processing again is a difficult one. So this need to be taken care, and then we are having a gluten-free muffin. That means like 100% replacement of wheat flour has been done with the finger millet and also with the pearl millet, and 100% muffins have been prepared, wherein the nutritional profile of the millet has been muffins have been improved. So some of these kind of antioxidant properties or the minerals have also been increased because of the taken we are using the 100% millet flour. So it is possible that we can replace wheat flour in these kind of products, unlike in the yeast leaven product where the network of the gluten is very important. Here it is possible, but then the product quality will be slightly lower than the normal muffin. So the shelf stability and other properties also becomes very important when we are replacing the wheat flour with other flours. Now there is another product which has been recently looked into it. Belgian waffles is one of the trendy product. Now people are looking into the modern product. So this is usually a dish made from leaven batter, and then it is usually baked on two plates that are having a pattern. So this has a characteristic size, shape and surface impression. So when we looked into a mixture of millets, actually this study was use of mixture of finger millet and pearl millet in the preparation of waffles, and then this has helped in improving the form, improving the product nutrition profile. So this reduced the calorific value, improved the dietary fiber profile, and rapidly digestible starch or this was improved significantly. Resistant starch was improved. Millet flours having the highest nutritional benefits were able to extend to the preparation of the waffles. So there was no significant impact on the product quality as well as the stability of the waffle shape. So this is very important when we can retain the shape of the product, because this is baked in a different process. So this we have achieved with replacing around 60% maximum of the wheat flour with the millet flour, and the waffles have been produced. Now coming to the extruded products, so actually this is again a composite flour. So that means like around maximum around 70 to 80% of ragi has been introduced in the millet production. So anil vermicelli, we can see that they are using the ragi flour and making the anil ragi vermicelli. So this has been utilized in preparation of upma or paisam or kheer. Now this can be used for either of the preparations, and this has longer shelf life, rich in calcium and also rich in dietary fiber. So apart from this, we also have a multigrain pasta which has been a composition of different grains, and one of the millets has also been introduced into it. So pasta is again a very trendy product by the recent ages, and therefore this is also much nutritious, rich in fiber, protein and mineral content. So these are the two products which we have been technology has been developed and commercialized to the industry. Apart from this, we also are working on the traditional foods like upma, halwa or rava idli, and these are the traditional products usually prepared from the wheat semolina. But then it is again a challenging to utilize the millets in the preparation of such traditional products. So as Dr. Satyendra Rao has mentioned, like there is a using the roller milling, the millets have been processed into either flour or semolina. So successfully these kind of different millets have been processed, and they've been utilized in the process of production of various products, like could be halwa or upma or rava idli. So we have technologies for the production of suji, rava from different millets, or it could be the flour, or it could be the traditional products which have been prepared from these products of the millets. So there have been certain publications also under these kind of products. So when we are looking into the the production, we need to plan it properly, and then we have to look into the market production. So we have to define the passion, like how we can look into the market, and then we can create the plan and therefore monitor as well as, and therefore determine the success growth. So this is one of the industry to grow as we are looking into the aspects of that. So finally, I would say that whatever could be the product which we are bringing into the market, we need to satisfy the customer. So we need to make the customer happy and then satisfied. So then only the business could be a successful, having a successful growth. So to conclude, I would say that there is a huge scope for the bakery products for the improvement of macro and micronutrients. Since the bakery industry is a huge industry, food processing industry, utilization of millets could be a resource as per the technologies developed. It can be produced. Many bakery products can be addressed to so that we can have the several health issues also could be taken into, and then we can say that such initiative would complement the existing strategies in the region. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have just briefed the products which have been developed at the baking technology department.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha, giving the talk on the millet-based bakery products. So it's an interesting presentation on various Indian bakery market and types and scope for the utilization of millet in the bakery products. So, Madam, you can close the presentation. Stop the presentation, I think. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So, you have mentioned about development of gluten-free foods. So initially, with respect to the bakery products like bread, rusk, and enzymes in the development of bakery products. Then mechanism of mechanization of the ragi biscuit development. Then how we can incorporate millets in the exotic products like waffles. So there's noodles or vermicelli and pasta, so that we can find export market to the millet-based bakery products. So altogether, it was an interesting talk on the bakery products. Once again, thank you from the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, organizers, for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, to continue with the series, we get back to Dr. Hemlata, who is a professor and head in US Dharwad. And earlier we tried to listen to her lecture, but because of some technical glitches, we couldn't get the lecture. So I hope, ma'am, now you are online and we can take up the session.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. I have sent the slides. You can share that. I'm sorry for this.
Yeah, no problem, ma'am. Now I think you can start, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I thank the CFTRI for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts on some of the aspects of millets. Most of them have been covered. Just to highlight a few things. The next slide. Next one. Yeah, we all know that millets are very ancient grains. It has been some studies say that it is dated back to Indian Bronze Age also. So they have mentioned few things like foxtail millet as Piryangwa, barnyard millet as Anva, and Shayamaka, like that. So that means to say that these grains have been sustained for these many years, and then they're still thriving. And now, because of several other reasons, and these grains are not being utilized much, and then even sometimes we can tell that they're also forgotten. But due to its health benefits aspect, because of its climate resilient aspects, we are now trying to revive the grains. So the next slide. So some of the causes, can you just put on the next slide? Yeah, this is nothing but the same picture. The causes for declining use of millets is because of changes in the cultivation practices, because of the green revolution, and then the distribution of wheat and rice predominantly in the public distribution system, and the drudgery that is involved in the post-harvest process, changing food habits, and then the lack of knowledge and the non-availability of some of the technologies. So these are some of the reasons what we can think of the decline in the uses of these millet grains, which are been traditionally being used. The next slide. So now what to do when, how to revive, why we need to revive this. So we need to revive because we have to start feeding more and more mouths. And then we also are seeing the effects of climate change, which is affecting the not only the growth of the agricultural crops, but also it is affecting the food availability, accessibility, the utilization, and the stability. So looking into all these aspects and looking into the nature of the millet cultivation, we can say that millets are the only answer, and then compared to the other grains. Next one, next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So we know that millets are drought tolerant. They require fewer inputs from the agriculture production point of view, and then they have a very short sowing season. That's why we should think of growing millets, and then we should also think of the solutions of how to utilize this in our everyday life. So I feel millets are the only answer, and then it is good for the farmer, it is good for us, and it is also good for the planet. So because of all these reasons, if we just go on, so now what are the adaptive measures that we can think of? The next slide. The adaptive measures, one thing coming from an agriculture university, we say that better yields and then uniformity in the grains, because we know that ultimately it is the end use. Like how sir said, there is varietal variations, so which will have problems in milling. So such lines should be thought of where the nutritional components and then which is suitable for milling and other products should be taken up on priority. And then even though these high yielding varieties are available, but the seed production and then the accessibility of seeds is another important aspect, and the crop management aspects for better yields, and then finally the post-harvest technologies in the facilities. So, and all this can happen by a participatory approach, and then by capacity building, and then the policy support. So these are some of the aspects what we can think of for better utilization of millets. The next one, next slide. So if you just look at the ancient or traditional processing methods, so using the conventional, traditional methods, there used to be decortication, there used to be milling and sieving by using all those traditional milling methods. Then there was germination and malting. We all know that malted foods, we all grew up eating ragi malt, and then since ages that has been they have been doing it. And popping, again ragi we can think of, and jawar is another traditional popping popped food that we see, especially, and these have become right now all festive foods. So these are some of the processing techniques: roasting, cooking, soaking, fermentation, milling and sieving, and all these things are done for these foods which are rich in bioactive compounds, which are health protectors, and comparatively a cheaper source of food. And then by doing all these processes, we know that the digestibility is improved, the bioavailability is improved, there is reduction in anti-nutritional factors, and we also know that there are nutraceutical benefits. All these processing techniques are not new. They are all age-old techniques. But today the concern is, because of the drudgery, because of the changing lifestyles, we need to have better processing methods. So what are the different processing methods that we can think of? The next slide, please. So these are this picture shows what are the different traditional foods that they're being done at homes. And then as I told, mudde is one thing which is there in South Karnataka every day it is consumed. But other products, they're all like forgotten foods, like Hurakki Holge of Dharwad, then Navane Unde, and all these things are then Holge, all these things are forgotten from millets. So these have to be revived, and it is not that these do not have any nutritional value or they're not relished. They're highly consumer acceptable, especially during festive times. Most of the self-help groups in and around Dharwad, we see that they are into this enterprise. The next one. Next slide. Yeah, so these are some of the processing, the traditional processing only can be upgraded. And then primary processing, as Sir said, we need to have better cleaning, grading and separation machines. And then the rice today, with the rice, we can think of any food that can substitute the commonly used white rice. So any type of preparation, be it idli, be it dosa, be it pongal or bisibele bath or any traditional food can be completely replaced by the millet rice, unless we get a proper kind of rice. And then the other drawback is these rice, after dehulling and other things, they have got very short shelf life. This is the complaint what we get from the people who are into the business. They say that at least these rice should have a shelf life of 6 months if they want to export. But unfortunately, the treatments, a lot of research has to go into that. And then although these hydrothermal treatments and then some of the high pressure processing methods have tried to bring out solutions, but not for all the grains. So that area has to be looked into. And then parboiled rice is another way where we can use that. But parboiled rice also has got a short shelf life. And then because these are the raw material for several other processes, whether it is ready to eat food or ready to cook food or ready to this one, or just for everyday consumption if you want to replace it. Then flour is another thing where pre-treatments are done and milling is carried out. And then semolina, which is used for dosa, idlis and all these things. And then today we have all these extrusion products like even flakes, breakfast cereals, all these are coming. But the drawback of all these things is a short shelf life. And then bakery products, we all know that bakery industry is one of the largest industries in food processing. And then we also have come out with several bakery products where 100% replacement of this refined flour is there, especially with the kodo millet and then the brown top millet. And then today we also the market for beverages is growing. And then traditionally malting is being followed. And then all the people on the go, they want to have quick snack something. So the energy bars are one where they give just by having a single bar, they can suffice the nutritional requirements. And then the flakes, which are made from the millets, can be a good good base for or you can say the raw material for development of various bars. And even our university, we have developed sorghum based bars and then millet flakes bars, and then also for the diabetic people. And then traditional snacks, and this one that is becoming very common now. And then it involves roasting, milling and frying, and then extrusion also. And then snacks like chakli, nippattu, laddus, various types of laddus, and then which are on par with any other fine grains. So such products can be taken up in these are all some of the traditional products, but can be upscaled. They are upgrading and upgraded. Several industries have come up with these things. And then the next one, but the only thing is that some more treatments, some more efficiency in milling, so that there is no trade-off between the nutritional part, that nutritional and this one. These are some of the products what have been developed by our university. We have come out with this diabetes mix, which can control the blood sugar levels, and clinically tested at KLA Hospital, Belgaum. And then flakes, and then we have kakra, and then sports mix, which is an energy dense product, and then which is specially suited for the athletes. And then we have come out with cookies, which is 100% millet, and then flakes. And these are some of the products from our university. And the next one. And these are all commercially available. And then we have also, like the previous speaker, like this from CFTRI, we also have developed millet vermicelli, millet pasta, and then multi-composite flour with the addition of this, what is that, drumstick leaves. And then we have parboiled foxtail millet, then flakes, and then little millet flakes, all millets. We have tried to optimize the conditions for flaking. And then various types of bakery products have been developed, and then they are being commercialized, including, but for bread and then the pizza base, the amount of that is, it is a composite one, because 100% millet we are not able to do it, but we have come out with very good cookies with 100% millet flour. The next one. And then this is the foxtail millet diabetic mix, what I was telling you, which has got a lower glycemic index of around 50. And then this mix can be used in several ways, like every day how you make pongal or bisibele bath or just simple cooking. So, and it has got an extended shelf life of 6 months. Next slide. And then same thing I told you, it is this is the sports mix. Consumption of 50 grams would help the athletes for energy endurance. So these are all tested products among this one. And this is one company which is commercially producing lots of nearly 21 types of traditional products, including the dosa, bisibele, khichdi, then kheer, upma, and health mixes for especially for the infants, ragi malt, and then various versions of vanilla. This is based in Dharwad, and then frequently they are into these millet products. It's a startup, and then there is a lot of demand. Why I just took this example is there is a lot of demand for the traditional foods, and then the only problem what these people say is the better quality rice, and that too with the properly the husk or dehulled grains. So if that problem is solved, I think most of the traditional foods are in high demand, and then we can come out with lot of products. And then we have done several cooking competitions. Women are so innovative that traditionally so many you cannot even imagine that so many products have been they are being made and then used immediately. So that's these are some of the my thoughts regarding the traditional products. And then with these few words, I thank CFTRI for giving me this opportunity. So most of these traditional products, they're also optimized and they're available for commercialization if somebody wants to take it up as an enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hemlada, for giving an overview of millets and the causes for declining uses of millets and how we can revive the millets through the agricultural practices as well as the processing innovations. And you have also shown some of the achievements of the university with respect to the development of a number of products from the universities is also a remarkable thing that whatever you are doing in the lab is going to the field. And
yes, sir. Sir, I would also like to add one more thing, sir. We also have a millet milling facility for the farmers, and wherein the farmers can come with the produce and then use it. And right now our Vice Chancellor has said it can be used free of cost for the farmers. So that huge milling facility has been created in our university, and that would help the farming community.
That's also an excellent information that starting from the primary processing to secondary and tertiary in all levels, your university is interfering to bringing out the millet-based products. Congratulations. So once again, I'm thanking you for the nice presentation. So with this, we are going to conclude. So from the morning onwards, we have started the various aspects, starting with the inauguration and subsequently the conclusion of the technical session. So in which we have gone through in this webinar on millet processing and value addition. So we were having number of sessions starting from the various aspects of millet, like millet diversity, and this difficulties in the processing of millets, how through the processing methods like a primary with respect to machinery and other innovative methods, how you can obtain the clean grain, so followed by how is a clean grain and value add the process innovations, then health benefits of the millets with respect to the lifestyle disorders, specific talk with respect to the potential. So ultimately, the value-added products come to the market through the involvement of the entrepreneurs and startups. How the startups can buy the technology from the institutions like CFTRI, AMR, and other organizations. Ultimately, how government support with respect to finance and other aspects for marketing and making available. So, like that, we have all aspects to bring a farm produce to the consumer through the involvement of the technologists and scientists. This webinar. So, this one.
Thank you, Dr. Jaydeep. I wish to thank all the presenters and also the participants offline and online. I wish to also thank our director for giving us all the support and wish to thank chairman, the rapporteur for sitting through, missing their lunch, and the computer center and the information and publicity people to conduct the webinar smoothly. Thank you, one and all.